Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. And finally, page 17. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 9th March 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, I have in my hands the official report of 22nd July 2022, official report of 22nd July 2022. I take it again, official report 22nd July 2022. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday, 22nd July 2022 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, we now turn to item 5. Item number 5 in today's order paper, and that is business statement for the ensuing 6th week. May I respectfully invite the Vice Chairman of the Business Committee, who happens to be the Deputy Leader of the House, to do us the honors by presenting the business statement of the 6th week. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fortified by Order 162 of the rules of this House, the Business Committee met and programmed the business for the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, this report has been distributed to members and relying on the provisions of Order 1611, which provides that the recommendations of a committee shall be presented to the House in the form of a report. I proceed to present the report which constitutes our recommendations as a committee for consideration by the House. Mr. Speaker, I proceed as follows. First, your committee met yesterday on 9th of March 2023, and Mr. Speaker, the following constitute our recommendations. First, Mr. Speaker, in the ensuing week, may read any available communications to the House. And second, Mr. Speaker, under item 2B, we have in all programmed 48 questions for the following ministers: Minister of Education, Minister for Fisheries and Agriculture Development, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Minister for Finance, Minister for Energy. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has a total of 11, followed by the Minister of Education, who has 10 questions to answer. The rest have less than 10 questions to answer. So, Speaker, we have, of these, 44 regular oral questions to be answered and 4 urgent questions. The Speaker may also consider statements that may come before him under Order 72. And, Mr. Speaker, we also recommend that should there be papers before the House as well as reports from committees, same may be laid with your leave. Again, motions and resolutions may be debated and consequential resolutions, if any, be taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, we recommend to committee leadership to expedite action on all referrals that are before them. And Mr. Speaker, we also recommend that we continue with the debate on the message of the state of the nation as presented to us by His Excellency the President. Suffice to re-echo that this debate is on the basis of a practice and convention of the House and not anchored on any rule of this House or the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we have proposed time allotment as follows: that chairpersons and rankings should have 15 minutes and other members should have 10 minutes. And then, of course, leadership will be winding up by having 30 minutes each. Mr. Speaker, your committee takes this opportunity to inform honorable members that parliamentary questions and other business slated for the ensuing week will be taken after members have debated on the motion to thank the President for each day. In view of this, ministers of state who have been scheduled to respond to questions or transact any other competent parliamentary business in the ensuing week are to take note for this arrangement and act accordingly. The Speaker, sitting time. We encourage members to come early for us to start sitting at 10. The Speaker, attached here too is a 7-page document, which documents provide what is expected to be done on each day, beginning Tuesday the 14th March to 17th of March, Friday 17th of March 2023. The Speaker, having concluded this presentation, I move the House in accordance with Order 1612 for same to be adopted. I thank you, sir.
Very well. Honourable members, the business statement for the 6th week has been read to us. I believe we all heard him. If there are some comments that any member would like to raise, this is the time. Other than that, we will move on to adopt it. Honorable members, in the absence of not catching the eye of anybody, the business statement as read to us is hereby adopted to be used for next week program. So the business statement is hereby adopted. Yes, leadership. Any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we are all well aware that this week is a week for our mothers, our women, our ladies, our daughters. And they accommodated us on the very day of their celebration by tolerating us to do some other business. We therefore pray for a variation of order of business to accommodate them, Mr. Speaker, so that they make a statement to celebrate their day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, as we agreed, we will allow the statement to be made commemorating Women's Day. But we agreed that there will be one contribution from each side so that we can make progress and move quickly to continue with thanking the President on the state of the nation. And on that too, Mr. Speaker, we agree that there will be 6 contributors each. So we can make progress and then take questions for the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, on that note, I will invite you to page 6. Page 6, item listed 10. We will continue the debate, the motion on thanking the President.
Mr. Speaker, there's an application before you. Mr. Speaker, there's an application before you. And the application is for us to move to item 8. Mr. Speaker, the application before you is for us to vary the order of business so that we can take item 8.
Well. So, honorable members, the application is hereby granted. We will then move to statement, and I believe we have one main statement to be read by the Deputy Majority Whip on the International Women's Day, even though it has gone past, but we need to say something about it. I believe Honorable Minister for Communication would like to comment on it. So,
Mr. Speaker, upon account, I can only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the women in the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, it is their day. We want them to be here for us to celebrate them, but only 5 of them are here.
Well.
It's our day. We are all here to celebrate women. So we have to characterize it right. This is our day.
Well. Honorable Deputy Majority Whip, you may take the floor and read your statement. Honorable members, please, let's listen to her. I'm inviting you to listen to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement in commemoration of the International Women's Day, which fell on the 8th of March, 2023. But I do so at the risk of sounding trite and banal, given that it has become an annual ritual for such solidarity messages and statements to be made without necessarily following through with actions that would ultimately improve the lots of women. That notwithstanding, it is appropriate to utilize this occasion to reflect on how far we have come as a nation and the world in general in championing the agenda of women. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, a flip through the atlas of human history reveals that some significant milestones have been achieved in bringing issues affecting women to the front burner and subsequently changing the path of change on how the world perceives and treats women. Are men listening? Are they interested? Thank you. Since the Beijing Conference of 1995, nations across the world have taken practical steps to promote women's rights across a wide range of domains. Today, women can work and earn a living. Women can vote and determine the system of governance desired by the people of the state. Today, the idea that the place of a woman is in the kitchen has been discarded. In Ghana, we have worked as a nation to promote girl-child education, reduce the incidence of teenage pregnancy, and promote maternal health care delivery to reduce maternal mortality. Indeed, the free SHS program by the Nanado-led MPP government, for instance, has effectively removed barriers to female education. Additionally, the introduction of the free maternal health care policy by Kufuor-led MPP government in 2008 has also significantly improved maternal health care delivery in Ghana. The theme for this year's celebration is Digital, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. Honorable members, you'll all agree with me that in Ghana, we have one of our own Honorable Asla Owusu Ekufo, a minister and a gender activist who is championing the Girl in ICT initiative. As part of her speech to mark last year's Girls in ICT Day, the minister said, and I quote, "This year, the Girls in ICT program will cover 5 regions and train 500 ICT teachers and 5,000 girls at the secondary and tertiary level. 100,000 girls, 100,000 high school girls, 100 tertiary students, 100 teachers will also benefit from the training. For the first time in 2021, 75 female students in tertiary institutions were trained in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other cutting-edge digital technologies. Unquote. Despite the progress made thus far, numerous challenges, particularly regarding participation of women in the process of governance, still remains. It is a fact that gender-based and patronage-based political culture, as well as gendered economic and household inequalities, continue to mitigate against the participation of women in the process of governance in Ghana. The various forms of abuse of women politicians give credence to pervasive sexist political culture in Ghana. In addition, Mr. Speaker, gendered economic and household inequality in the face of increasing monetization of our democracy continue to crowd out women from the political space, given that many women simply lack the financial muscle required to meet the capital-intensive demands of today's politics. It is imperative to note, Mr. Speaker, that the International Parliamentary Union, IPU, has set a target for the proportion of women in parliament across the globe to hit 30% by 2030. According to the latest Women in Parliament report by IPU, the proportion of women in parliament increased by 0.6% to 26.1%. It must be stated, however, that Ghana's contribution to the overall increase of the proportion of women in parliament remains largely insignificant. Currently, the proportion of women in parliament in Ghana stands around 14.5%, a figure far below the IPU set target of 30% by 2030. If we are to make progress in this regard, we must at all costs remove barriers such as gender-based political culture and the gendered economic inequalities that continue to define our politics. Again, Mr. Speaker, the latest Women in Parliament report by the IPU also noted that improvement in overall global proportion of women in parliament was largely as a result of implementation of a well-designed quota system by some countries. It is imperative, therefore, for political parties in Ghana to critically consider and design implementation of an effective quota system that will seek to protect women parliamentarians while creating opportunity for more women to become members of parliament. I must state, Mr. Speaker, that my advocacy for quota system for women in parliament does not in any way suggest that we should be made to enter parliament on a silver platter. However, in the face of the obvious challenges that crowd women from political space, a quota system that upholds the principle of competence and meritocracy will go a long way to increase women participation not only in parliament but in the entire governance process of the country. And so on this occasion of the International Women's Day, I urge us all to reaffirm our commitment to championing the cause of women in Ghana. And it is my hope that this august House will take the front seat in pushing reforms that aim to increase the proportion of women in Parliament and the entire governance structure in our dear country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House for your audience. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, honourable members, you know, this International Women's Day fell on the day His Excellency visited us here. And a lot of our women in the House prepared statements in respect of that. I am going to give them the opportunity not to read their statement, but at least to comment on their own statement they read, they wrote, so that it will complement what our leader has just read to us. So I'll first and foremost invite Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba. Is Honorable, please allow me, I know what I'm doing. She has also written a statement to that effect. So I thought she is here. I wanted her to pass and make a comment. So if she's not here, I will invite Honorable Dr. Senator Ajima Rawlings, who has also written a statement in respect of the same International Women's Day. So, Honorable, if you can make a statement, just pass a comment before I give the floor to other members too.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity, and just to state that as unfortunate as it is that this House did not allow women to have the 8th of March, I find it more unfortunate that we are now being asked to curtail our statements into comments. I would therefore kindly request that the table office capture my statement in its entirety while I read the highlights. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm seeking your leave for the table office to kindly, to capture the entirety of my statement while I read the highlights. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the need for us as a country to hasten the passage of the Affirmative Action Bill on the authority of the permission you have gracefully granted me in commemoration of International Women's Day. And I would also belatedly like to wish the other women in the House a happy International Women's Day, as well as the gender advocates in this House and outside. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy of mention that the Ghana Armed Forces has exceeded its United Nations quota for gender mainstreaming in male-dominated professions. According to the Gender Policy Advisor to the Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces, Naval Captain Veronica Adjo-Ahin, whose appointment also presents a milestone in the history of the armed forces, the Ghana Armed Forces presents not less than 15% of women in all UN peacekeeping operations, which is above the mandatory 10% set out by the United Nations as far as contingents are concerned. The Ghana Armed Forces have currently also deployed 20% of females on UN missions in Lebanon. This is the highest in the world. Right Honourable Speaker, this year's celebration is under the theme Embrace Equity and seeks to promote a gender-equal world that is free of bias, stereotypes and discriminations that foster diversity, equity and inclusivity. Mr. Speaker, the irony of this year's commemoration lies in the failure of our dear country to pass the Affirmative Action Bill since the bill was first received from Cabinet in 1997. Since 1998, several groups have fought the resistance and contestations over the Affirmative Action Bill for various reasons. Mr. Speaker, the justifications for this bill are many, including the fact that it is not just a policy tool that's geared towards creation of equal opportunities, but it's also supposed to ensure that Ghana is living up to her mandated obligations with regards to gender mainstreaming. Mr. Speaker, Uganda has passed the law recently where the ministries, departments, and agencies, in order to have their budgets passed, must satisfy the criteria of gender mainstreaming and climate change. This, Mr. Speaker, is quite exceptional, and Ghana could probably learn from this. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Speaker, under Article 35(6), it is clear on affirmative action by demanding to the states to take appropriate measures to achieve reasonable regional and gender balance in the recruitment and appointment in public offices. Again, the Economic Community of West African States, the AU, the United Nations, and the Beijing Platform for Action and the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women all have treaties promoting gender equity in governance to which the government of Ghana have signed on to. Mr. Speaker, some of the challenges include the limited political will, limited resources, lack of awareness, cultural and traditional norms, and difficulties in implementation. In conclusion, almost 15% representation of females in the 8th Parliament suggests a significant improvement. But still, Mr. Speaker, this is well below par. There is need for greater collaboration and commitment with regards to women's participation in politics and in governance. Mr. Speaker, there's an urgent need for this bill to be brought to Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, the official website of Parliament on the 25th of May 2021 captures your opening remarks after the Parliament resumed sitting, and I quote, "The Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Alban S.K. Bagbin, has today opened the second meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament with a firm commitment to see the passage of the Affirmative Action Bill into law. The report suggests that, I quote, the Speaker said the most critical among the bills that needed immediate consideration was the Affirmative Action Bill, which is also before Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it is time that Cabinet release the bill to Parliament in whatever shape it is in, so that Parliament can have a go at ensuring that the capacity of this bill is tailored to the form that it's needed in order to achieve this objective. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that at the end of this, we can actually cite this document before this House in order to be able to work on it and add it to the achievements of this 8th Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So I'll begin. Honourable Deputy Minister, hold on. You conclude the debate. No, not one. Yes, Honourable. If you are the problem, take your time. You are the problem, take your time. They are saying they are the problem, so I should let them talk. So they should take their time. Honorable members, please take your time. Yes, Honorable Minister, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statements ably made by the previous speakers. But, Mr. Speaker, the reaction from the men in the room indicates that we don't have a voice, and so they have to speak for us. And that is the very reason why we must be given a chance to articulate our own concerns. We can speak on the issues that affect the rights of women and children in this country ourselves.
If you don't agree with her, take your time, you get the opportunity, then you address that. Please take it. I mean, honorable members, what he said is not insulting. He said they have their voice. Honorable Motara,
Why are you fighting the women? Are you fighting them?
Mr. Speaker, we're celebrating International Women's Day. The women here are ready.
Leader, Minister, hold on. Yeah, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the honorable members who rose up in appreciation of women. In fact, I heard one member saying, I am up because I love my mother, I stopped her breast, and she's the reason I'm standing here today. So, Mr. Speaker, to say that they rose up because they don't think women had a voice was completely wrong. I think that they rose up in appreciation of the importance and the role of women. So I think that has to be corrected.
Honorable members, today we have a lot to discuss today. So if you want to get opportunity to speak or contribute to this debate, please let's have silence here so that we can get time for a lot of people. Other than that, we are going to give two from each side and we cruise from the contribution. So please just allow Honorable Minister to make a contribution. Afterwards, we can invite other people to also make their contributions.
I think on this day, it would be very nice if the women in this House would be given a chance to articulate some of the concerns that militate against our full participation in the governance of this country, because it is a real problem. Over the years, despite the efforts that have been made, female participation in decision-making is still hovering around 10%. The best we've been able to achieve is the 14% of this current parliament. It's an indictment on us as a country. When you consider the role that we play globally and on the continent as the Black Star of Africa, showing the way for others to follow, in this particular respect, we're lagging far behind our compatriots in other parts of the country. It's a shame that in 2012, when some of us rose to advocate for affirmative action in this country, to make it possible for only women to contest other women for parliamentary seats, there was a hue and cry in our party and across the country, and that initiative failed. It is time for us to really look deep into ourselves and think whether the women in this country, who form 51% of the population, are being adequately represented in all levels of governance in this country. The honest answer to that would be a no. If we can at least work towards attaining the International Parliamentary Union goal of 30% at the next general election, we would have done a great deal of service to the women of this country. Yes, we may be your colleagues, your sisters, your daughters, and your mothers. But when it comes to having a seat at the decision-making table, you treat us as if we don't belong. And it happens in this House as well. We all fought to earn our place to speak on the floor of Parliament. We appreciate the fact that you want to celebrate us today. But for today at least, let us also speak for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, a lot of work has been done.
Look at you.
A lot of work has been done, but it seems we're running on the spot, and a lot more seems to be done. Some of the lessons that we learned from the pandemic is that digital technology is indispensable for life as we know it today. And so I'm not surprised that the theme for this year's celebration of International Women's Day is digital innovation and technology for gender equality, in recognition of the importance of digital literacy in the world today. But it is intriguing that this is the theme that has been chosen for this year's celebration. But that is also a recognition of the fact that 30% of women in least developed, only 30% of women in least developed countries have access to the internet, as against 92% in the developed world. The future is clearly digital. If we do not provide our women and girls with the tools that will enable them to succeed and thrive and even engage in the fourth industrial revolution that is unfolding, we're doing them a very big disservice. And not just them, we're doing the global economy also a big disservice, because a statistic that has come to light is that $1 trillion has been lost to the global GDP in the last decade merely by excluding women from the digital economy. So let's change that statistic around and pledge that we will add $1 trillion to the global GDP in the next decade by taking deliberate steps to include more women and girls in the digital economy by giving them the digital skills that they need today. If we do so, that 50% of the global population would also be able to contribute their quota effectively to the development of our world. We cannot sit back and allow them to be shut out merely because of cultural biases, attitudes, lack of access to digital skills and technology, the thinking that this space is a man's world and that women cannot learn if they are given the opportunity. As indicated in the statement, we've taken a deliberate effort to increase the access and opportunity that women and girls have to digital technology over the years. And Mr. Speaker, the statistics are horrendous, and we need to really act actively to change them. Only 2% of positions in artificial intelligence and other related fields are held by women. 2%. And that's where the world is heading towards. Since 2017, even though the celebration of Girls in ICT Day started in 2012, we've taken it to another level and have institutionalized it and have trained some 10,000 girls across the country since 2012. But from 2017 to date, we've trained some 8,000 girls, 3,000 alone last year. We planned to train 5,000, but we ran out of funds, and so we could only do 3,000. This year, we're actively seeking support to be able to reach our target of 5,000 girls around the country. And we plan to go to the Savannah, northern regions, and the eastern Volta and Greater Accra regions, where we'll train 1,000 girls in each region, from some of the remotest parts of the region, 100 teachers, to institutionalize it and provide the best 100 girls with laptops of their own so that they'll continue to engage with the skills that have been given them. It is instructive to note that after only 1 week of providing access to digital skills, basic computer literacy and coding, young girls who've never seen a computer before are building their own websites, creating their own simple games. So when they are exposed to the technology, if they can do this after only 1 week of instruction, what can they not do if they're introduced to it at an early age? It is made part of their curriculum. They're exposed to it alongside their male counterparts, and it becomes an everyday thing for them. our robotics engineers, software developers, technology giants can be your daughter in future. The future indeed is digital, and the future is women, because I believe that digital technology was made for women. Just imagine how much we were able to work remotely and virtually during the pandemic, and safely too, while taking care of our children at home at the same time, and so effectively multitasking. So if we expose more women and girls to digital technology, they'll be able to do even more than they are doing currently. And so it is an imperative and it is a must that we do it. In partnership with the Kofi Annan ICT Training Center as well, we instituted the Girls Can Code program, which UNESCO and other partners supported. And 300 junior high school students were trained in the development of codes and other applications. Teenagers aged between 11 and 14, selected from 10 basic schools across the 10 regions. We're also implementing our Digital Transformation Centers initiative in partnership with the International Telecoms Union and the Norwegian government. And it's a 3-year program which started in 2021, which has given women and girls, well, 70% of the trainees are women and girls, even though it's for everybody, but we're specifically targeting women and girls. And 14,000 people are being trained over the past for 3 years. The program will end this year in computer literacy and how to use digital tools in their work. There's also an ICT Skills for Entrepreneurial and Women Empowerment program, which is ongoing. But for women to engage fully in the digital economy, they must be able to access the internet safely. And so cyber hygienic practices and training is also a key part of the work that we're doing. And 150 senior high school girls in 3 regions, Eastern, North, Eastern, Central, and Ashanti regions have been trained in the past 2 years. 150,000 girls in senior high schools in those regions have been trained in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and computer literacy. And we'll continue to expand on these programs, seek the funding so that we will enable more girls to engage with these digital tools that are available for them to also expand their scope. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely imperative for us to recognize that because of our demographic dividend in Africa, we can solve multiple problems if we provide our young people with the digital skills they need today, which will enable them to engage in the global world of work tomorrow. Africa can provide the global human resources because we have young people, and we will solve our unemployment problem as well. So it is not a privilege. It is a necessary imperative that we give our young people digital skills. So I must thank the maker of the statements that for these statements that have been so ably made. And incorporate gender mainstreaming is also absolutely imperative. We shouldn't be treated as appendages, yes, or just be left to deal with the crumbs that fall from your table. We are active participants and full members of the society, and we must be treated as such. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I deliberately allow her because of the information she was giving out. So Honourable, were you not interested with the information he was giving out? Yes, Honourable Comfort, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker,
The International Women's Day is a full month celebration. It is not one day celebration. So you can take the advantage of the days and then give space for both the women who have not spoken and the men who want to support us and eulogize us to also speak within the month. It's a whole month celebration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the International Women's Day is a day we need to remember all our women wherever they find themselves, especially the women who are in the market, our kayaye and our girl child, the farmers who are also seriously working in the farm for us. This is the time to tell them we appreciate them, and this is the time to tell them the whole nation thanks them for the good work they are doing for Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, page 2 and paragraph 8 of the statement made by Leader reads, currently the proportion of women in parliament in Ghana stands around 14.5%. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity and it's a shame that we have 14.5% of women in parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the table of history, you can see that we don't have women as such in table office. If you look at the administration, you can see the shortage of women there. Mr. Speaker, and if you enter the security service, it's worse. If they employ 200 before you see 8 women among them, or 4 women, 5 women. Mr. Speaker, these are things that we need to address as a nation. Whenever they are making provision for any recruitment, it should be 50-50. He for she. 1 man, 1 woman. Then we are talking. But if we leave it the way it is, because, Mr. Speaker, the men shouldn't argue because we are 51%. We have 51% of women. So if we don't do that, we are leaving all the women behind, and it looks as if the women belongs to the kitchen alone, which is not the case. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 3 of the statement made by my able leader stated that in Ghana, we have worked hard as a nation to promote girl-child education, reduce the incidence of teenage pregnancy, and improve maternal health care delivery to reduce maternal mortality. Mr. Speaker, we should walk the talk anytime we put something on paper. These are the things we love to do as a nation to promote girl child. We should do it and do it properly. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to maternal mortality, we should work on it and feel it on the grounds. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the supply of vaccine for immunization, it has become a problem throughout the last few days. And these are things that we need to address as a nation. Mr. Speaker, it should be our priority because our children, when we talk about our children, they are our future leaders and we need to take good care of them before they grow. Mr. Speaker, I know the government is doing its best to address this vaccine issue, but we should work on it quickly to make sure the women who are taking care of their children to feel happy and take good care of our children for us. Mr. Speaker, this vaccine issue, we shouldn't take it as a joke, and I'm urging the Ministry of Health to also work hand in hand with the government and make sure they deliver for the hospital to get it for the children in the hospitals. Mr. Speaker, women need to be celebrated. And when we say they need to be celebrated, we need to celebrate them well. Days like this is the time for men to pamper women. That's why I'm not wondering when the men are fighting to speak on our behalf. They said they want to speak for us. And we are sabotaging me. Mr. Speaker, give the men two opportunity to eulogize us. It's a day they have to take us out. It's a day they have to pamper us, and it's a day they have to send us to buy things for us. So we should allow the men to speak and then eulogize us on this day. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Well. Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister for Gender, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable Lydia Alhassan Seyram, who is the chairperson for the Women Caucus in the 8th Parliament. Let me also commend my colleague, Honorable Zenato Juma-Rawlings, for also making this contribution, making this statement on this important day. Indeed, International Women's Day has come to stay. And on the 8th of March, we all saw how beautiful the house was because of the presence of women here. I want to take this opportunity and congratulate every woman here, every woman out there, for their contributions they've made so far. Mr. Speaker, let me also take this opportunity and talk briefly on the theme for this year's International Women's Day, which is Dig It All, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. And there is a hashtag, Embrace Equity. I must say, we can't have equality without equity. So before we can get equality, we need to have equity. And that is why it is important that this particular hashtag or this particular campaign slogan is very important on this particular occasion. Mr. Speaker, Parliament recently celebrated 30 years of parliamentary democracy. 30 years parliamentary democracy. And if you look at the representation of women in this House, we have 14.5%. And this has taken us 30 years to get here. My fear is, if we want to get 30%, it might take us another 30 years before we can get the extra 15% to make the 30. That is my fear, if we don't put in the necessary measures to bridge the gap. Mr. Speaker, if you don't take in the necessary measures to bridge the gap, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Zenato, made mention of the Affirmative Action Bill. It is very important, very, very important that we bring it back to the House. And I must say, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is very committed to this cause. And I want to use this opportunity to plead with my colleagues here, most especially our strong men who are here, that when this bill comes, we are urging you all to support us. We are urging you all to support us so that we can achieve this. Because if we want to reach the 30%, we can't do this alone. We need you on board to support us. If you look at this house, we only have 40 women. If you are even to take a vote, you can hear only 40 voices. But I believe if you all come and join us, we can get more voices so that this particular bill is passed into law. Mr. Speaker, Indeed, over the years, we have political parties making efforts to support women, and mostly what you hear is, oh, we are giving you 50% cuts from the filing fee. Mr. Speaker, that is not enough. 50% cut from the filing fee is not enough. What about how is a woman going to run a campaign? What capacity building have you given to the woman? What efforts have you made to instill in the woman some confidence? That 50% is not enough. That is why we are calling that on these particular occasions, political parties, even before the affirmative action bill is passed, political parties should put in more effort. And it shouldn't just be about the 50% that we always hear. They should put in more effort to create more opportunities for women to also participate in politics or when it comes to decision making. Mr. Speaker, this year's theme, which is innovation and technology, I believe is very important. The Honorable Minister for Communication spoke a lot about the importance of technology in our daily life. We saw it during the COVID, how important it was for us. A lot of people were running their businesses through the digital space. And Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that when you look at the figures, the number of women who are taking advantage of this digital space, it's minimal. And I believe it is important that we encourage more young women to take up this space. And I'm particularly impressed with government's program on the STEM, which is the Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics School. I believe it is high time we encourage more women to take up these courses so that they can take up opportunities in this field. A lot of job opportunities are created here. There are a lot of job markets here, and I believe it's an avenue for a lot of women to take part in this particular program. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that I believe we should also look at as a house has to do with gender-based violence through ICT. There are a lot of we are promoting technology, yes, it's very important. But then when it comes to gender-based violence through ICT, it is becoming unbecoming. We have a lot of women who are facing cyberbullying, a lot of women who are facing sexual harassment through the ICT, a lot of women who are facing gender-based violence through stalkings. I can go on and on and on. And I must say, the laws we have are not enough to protect women in this space. That is why we want to take it upon ourselves that in such occasions we should create the awareness that deliberate efforts should be made to protect women in the digital space so that nothing will limit any woman from taking advantage of this technology which is emerging. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to use this opportunity to say I equal to every woman out there, to say we love them, we appreciate every effort that they are making in their homes, in their families, or even in the country as large. We want to say we appreciate them and they should keep the fire burning. That is why we are all here to support them. And I'll also congratulate the men who are gender champions who are here. We have some men who are gender champions. So we want to also say we thank you for your support so far, and we continue to pray that you give us more support so that we can achieve the 30% and more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. I'll take the last one, but please be brief. Honorable Brahima, be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the leader of the Women's Caucus and my colleague, Honorable Zenator Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be brief. And Mr. Speaker, you will find my comments maybe at a tangent with everything that you've heard today. And the reason is simple. Mr. Speaker, we celebrated the International Women's Day on Wednesday. His Excellency the President took the day from us, which we understand. We are scheduled to make statements and make commentary on this very important event. But Mr. Speaker, when you look in the chamber, I'm sure you can count how many women we are in this chamber at this time, when we are discussing women issues. And Mr. Speaker, I think we need to change the narrative. No one holds any power against women. Women have the power to change our own fortunes in this world. But if we decide that some other people hold the power and they can make decisions to affect our lives, then we'll continue reading these statements year in, year out, and get nothing done. If for nothing at all, today all 40 women of us should have been in this chamber to support our leaders and the other women making statements in favor of women. Mr. Speaker, I've been here. This is my second year, going into my third year. And I cannot concretely say that I've seen any conscious effort to mobilize the 40 women in this house on any adventure or activity that would empower women, that would celebrate women, and that would showcase what women can do. It worries me. So, women, we have to stand up for ourselves. No one has denied us the opportunity, I keep saying, going through school from primary to secondary to tertiary. I never entered any institution where they said women don't study a certain program. There is no barrier. The women remain the socialization agents. And so if we want to take our destinies into our hands, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you we can make progress. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization is here. And we are talking about women and ICT and equalization and equity and empowerment. And yet in most communities in this country, we don't have electricity. We don't have ICT coverage. What happens to those women? I would expect that women in these positions will work hand in hand with other sector ministers to make sure that the necessary infrastructure that will propel women into this beautiful team that we have couched is provided. If you go to Sarkingona Cry, you talk about women and ICT, and they don't even have electricity. Are we excluding those women from this conversation? I think we need to refocus this agenda and look at how we can ensure that whatever that it takes, whatever that women need to propel them to the next level is provided through our governance systems, through our political systems, and through our own individual efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. We've brought statement time to a close. I thank the makers, and I would like to urge Hansa Department to capture the statement of Honorable Senator in full as if he has read it. So, honorable members, I also thank the contributors of the statements. So, we will now turn to page 6, item listed 10, to continue the motion to thank the President on his message he delivered to us last 3 days. So, leadership, I believe we've provided you a list. We are going to go by the same directives. Committee chair and ranking will have 15 minutes. Other members will have 10 minutes. Ministers of state will have 15 minutes. That's the structure of time allotted by leadership. So we are going to go by the same way. So we will continue unless there's something leadership would like to provide. Come again.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make sure that we emphasize that we've agreed that there will be seamless flow of the debate without interruptions. So I urge members to make sure they stay focused on the issues so we can have
Well. Like yesterday we said, we are not going to entertain any interventions and point of orders. But please, debaters, as much as we are saying that doesn't mean you should go and mention somebody's name, which automatically will invite the person the right to respond. So please just focus on your delivery without unnecessarily bringing somebody's name into your debate. Very well. We will begin from the majority side, and the first person on the list is Honorable Member for... But I haven't called you. Anyway, Honorable Minister for Defense, we will begin from the majority side. Honorable, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you,
so let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for graciously giving me enough time to continue the debate on the State of the Nation address, and also thank the President for coming to this House to discharge his constitutional duty of letting the nation through Parliament know what the real state of the nation is. Mr. Speaker, we have to be grateful that in times of difficulties that we face around the world, if you are ticking the boxes when it comes to the performance of the President, I would say it's very excellent. Mr. Speaker, for a human being, there are certain indicators that you will want to mark or you will want to look at when you are judging the performance of a government. One of it is security, social services, infrastructure, the economy, and of course, other things that will follow. Mr. Speaker, the President took enough time to let us know that there are challenges when it comes to the economy. And the obvious reasons are there for everybody to see around the world. All over the world, nations are facing real economic challenges. Real economic challenges around the world. From Kenya to Nigeria to the United States to France to Togo to everywhere. Everybody is facing real economic challenges. So Ghana is not left out. But Mr. President, the President threw a challenge to all of us. And so far, nobody has disputed what he said. That when it comes to infrastructure, especially in the road sector, the amount of work he has done is unparalleled. But Mr. Speaker, what he did not do and what he did not try to boast is the amount of work he has done within the security sector. The entire West Africa, particularly the big nations, are facing real security challenges. When I say real, extreme real security challenges, I can state that the nation that has been spared is Ghana. And so the President must be patted at his back. But he didn't try to do that for himself. All he did was to start from the border towns and let us know what he's doing to protect this country, especially making sure that our borders are safe. And so on page 13, the President starts to tell us that we are spending a lot of money keeping our security agencies at our borders to protect us. And rightly so, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago, terrorism may not have been an issue to Ghana, Burkina Faso, or to even a few of the nations down south of West Africa. But today it is. If you cross the border to Burkina, and the major road between Paga and Ouaga, you may find it difficult to get about 10 cars moving on that major road that used to have more than 100 to 1,000 cars moving, because you do it at your own risk. Mr. Speaker, I know ministers in Burkina who want to come to Ghana and could have driven just 2 hours to Paga. But today they have to travel almost 2 days by aircraft to come to Ghana. We've taken security for granted because the security is good. And so, even when West Africa's security has deteriorated, Ghana has improved so much that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, you needed security escort from Kintampo, particularly in the evening, to Tamale. Today, we don't do it. Mr. Speaker, you need a security escort from Techiman through Bole to Wa. Today, we don't do it. Mr. Speaker, what did the president do? The president and his government, realizing that the safety of the individual, the safety of Ghana is the most critical aspect of every human life. To be alive is the most important thing in your life. Any other thing, you can work for it. But when you are not alive, that's the end of you. And so the president, knowing that security is so important, decided that it was important to spend a large amount of resources to ensure that we are safe. We are currently building 12 forward operating bases for the armed forces to envelop the northern sector of the country. And these buildings are at various levels of completion. Mr. Speaker, we under the Accra Initiative jointly are doing a lot of security collaboration with the rest of West Africa, particularly Togo, Burkina, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Benin, and Niger, under an operation called Operation Kundagu. To the extent that every little information we need to share on each other to keep our nation safe, we do. Based on that, Mr. Speaker, for the past 4 years, we have been keeping no less than 500 soldiers on Operation Conquer Fist up north. We've been keeping no less than 300 policemen on Operation Conquer Fist up north. Same thing with immigration, and so you will realize that a lot of deployment of the immigration service are up north. Mr. Speaker, the president insisted that we should put and make sure that all the assets of the armed forces, particularly the air assets, are put to use. And so since 2013, the K-8 fighters that have not been flying, we have made sure that they are flying today, and they are patrolling our northern borders. Nobody, when it comes to security, can say it is absolute. But Mr. Speaker, I can say that security up north is extremely very good. We did not end there. We moved an army regiment to Damango. So today, you have the 155 Armor Regiment, Artillery Regiment at Damango. So that in the event of the unfortunate, soldiers can respond very quickly in a safer environment with their armored cars instead of moving them from only Accra. Today, we have an armor regiment, artillery regiment, also in Sunyani, to cater for the middle belt. Mr. Speaker, we have put a regiment or a battalion in Boku and another battalion in Wa. The numbers are slowly being built up. Today we have over 400 soldiers permanently stationed in Boku and the same number permanently stationed in Wa. We are going to build them up to a full battalion strength of a minimum of 850 soldiers, troops of all ranks. All this is being done to ensure that the northern part of the country is safe. And so far, that has been done. Of course, that is not to say that the southern part is left out. We are building up a forward operating base for the Navy at Nzilibu in the western region. That, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, our naval ships can move to especially our offshore facilities in 30 minutes instead of the current 4 hours or 5 hours that we currently do. And when the facilities are complete, the facility building is about 50% complete, we will be secured from the southwestern sector. Hopefully, when Ghana gets some resources, we'll be doing another forward operating base around Keta, so that this nation will have security in all fronts, not just Accra or Kumasi or Sekondi Takoradi or any other place. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the hardware that this president has invested in. It's not just the recruitment drive that this president has done for the security agencies. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, for the armed forces in particular, the salaries and allowances of armed forces have been more than tripled. It's the same thing with the police service. It's the same thing with the other security service. Because a hungry soldier is an angry soldier. A hungry soldier is an angry soldier. That is the reason why it is important to make sure that our security agencies are well taken care of. It's not just increasing the United Nations daily allowance for soldiers that we have done. We have also made sure that their allowances, their facilities, and their salaries have been increased tremendously. Mr. Speaker, the president goes ahead to talk about the massive housing infrastructure that he is putting in place for both the soldiers, the police, and the other security agencies. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, a government is investing in providing housing stock for our men and women in uniform across all garrisons of the country. Whether in Wo, Sunyaini, Tamale, Kumasi, Sekondi Takoradi, or any other place where we have our men and women, particularly of the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, I would invite members to take a stroll to the military academy and see for themselves the first-class facilities that have been put there. The remodeled military academy that today we can boast of. Members should just take a stroll. Teshi is just 10 minutes away from here. Take a stroll there. Mr. Speaker, I would invite members to go to Nogoko, the Imvota region. At the real Navy training school that has been put there. Mr. Speaker, I would invite members to go to Daboya, where we have opened a new training school, and see the sort of modern infrastructure we have put at Daboya, so that our men and women can be trained properly. Mr. Speaker, even Bondasi of old, our old lady, the Bondasi, go to Bondasi training school ground and see the facilities that over the last 4 years we have put at Bondasi for the men in Kamo, the soldiers. Mr. Speaker, just take a stroll at Bemakam, or take a drive along Bemakam, you will see the housing stock that we are putting out there. Or take a stroll to airport residential area and see the sort of housing we are putting for our brigadier generals, so that our brigadier generals can sleep in peace. Mr. Speaker, yes, sleep in peace so that they can protect you. They are the thinking cap of the armed forces, the high command, and they need to be able to sleep in peace. Mr. Speaker, the president talks and mentions the equipment state of the armed forces and the police service. And for the armed forces, Mr. Speaker, the government has invested more than any other government in our history in providing armored vehicles, equipment stock for our armed forces. No other government in 5 years has provided the amount of resources for
Honorable
equipment.
Minister, you should begin to wind up your time.
Mr. Speaker, it's good news. Security is good news. If you are doing well in security, give me the chance to espouse it.
So that's why I have attentively listened to you. And
Give me 1 hour. They are filibustering. They will give me their space so that I can talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be concluding. But just to say that this government has invested a lot in our equipment stock, both for peacekeeping and for domestic use. And we're not going to stop. We are continuing. The costs of providing good equipment, good conditions, and good training for our security agencies outweighs the cost of having to sleep at 5 o'clock because of insecurity, like what is happening in other nations. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying, and let me repeat, that we as Ghanaians must appreciate what the security agencies are doing for us. And that is the more reason why one single policeman should be able to arrest 10 strong, bodily built Ghanaians without being beaten or harassed. Because we must have that respect for the person in uniform. And that is why we should protect every person in uniform if we see them being molested. And that is why we must give maximum respect. And let me repeat the word, maximum respect to members of the security agencies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you too. We now come to the turn of Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much.
Honorable, you are a ranking member. You have 15 minutes. Your time starts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, this is a House of Records, and it's important for us to interrogate some of the figures they provide to us in this House. Just November, the President calls the Minister of Finance to present before this House the 2023 budget. And in paragraph 598, the President reported to this House that 126 companies are under operation under the Wendy 1F program. In the State of the Nation address, specifically page 9, the President reports that 106 companies are in operation currently. Is the President implying that from November to March, we have lost 20 of the companies? These are the issues that we need to interrogate. And then also, Mr. Speaker, the President's appearance here was in fulfillment of a constitutional provision that requires the President to deliver to us
the representatives of the people of Ghana, the state of the nation. And so if the president mentions restoration of allowances to nurses and teacher training students, one expects that the president will tell us the state of that program. But the president just mentioned that we have restored the payment of allowances. Mr. Speaker, what is the state of that program today? As we speak, students who completed nursing training colleges and teacher training colleges in 2021, and they are at home today, government is owing them 8 months of their allowances. Mr. Speaker, those who completed in 2022 last year, government owes them 13 months. And those who are in their second year, none of them have been paid a penny as an allowance. So yes, you claim you have restored it, but the true state is that government is unable to pay. Mr. Speaker, government also mentioned illegal mining. The president mentioned illegal mining and lamented over the debilitating effects of illegal mining on our environment and on the water bodies. Mr. Speaker, we wanted the president to update this House on the state of the fight against illegal mining. Because you recall that in 2019, the president came to this House and the House approved 30 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 300 billion cedis for the president to fight the canker of illegal mining in this country. Today, Cocoa Board is reporting that illegal mining has affected 19,000 hectares of cocoa farms in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, illegal digging and unregulated use of mercury by these galamseyers has affected 81% of cocoa farmlands in Eastern region, the president's own region. 74% of cocoa farmlands in Western region have been affected. In Ashanti region, we are talking about over 68%. Mr. Speaker, these three regions contribute 90% of the total volume of cocoa that is produced in this country. So this will give you an impression of the state of the cocoa industry in our country today. Our farmers are losing their investments. Mr. Speaker, they are losing their source of livelihood. Ghana is losing its investment in the cocoa sector. Cocoa production declined last year by 34%, unprecedented in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, so poverty among cocoa farmers can never be attributable to COVID-19 or Ukraine-Russia war. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the multi-billion cedi cocoa processing subsector is in distress, all because they are not getting cocoa for their activities. They are now importing cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire to be able to keep their businesses. About 800,000 jobs are being lost in the cocoa industry. This is the true state of our cocoa sector. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is not a joke. Poverty within the cocoa sector can never be attributable to COVID. Who has the responsibility to protect the mineral resources of our state? Under the 1992 Constitution, is it not the responsibility of the president? Under Article 257, and the same president has come to this House for 30 million cedis. Yes, he's unable to fight the menace. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers are poor because of the inability of the president to perform a constitutional duty bestowed on him under Article 257. And Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, the president comes with another surprising statement, which is captured in page 6 of the State of the Nation address. The president is worried about the huge import bill that Ghana, we are importing too much, and that shouldn't have been. And he says that this time round, he's setting up a committee, a 5-member ad hoc cabinet committee, to come out with a program to ensure that we create jobs for our people, to ensure that we reduce the huge import bill, to ensure that we export more, we increase our exports, to ensure that we increase our local productive capacity. That is what the president is saying. Mr. Speaker, on assumption of office by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, He established an economic management team, outdoored that team, and the president and the vice president was made the chairman of the economic management team. Immediately after the outdooring, they came out with 2 key programs: planting for food and jobs, and 1 district, 1 factory. We were made to understand that with these 2 programs, we are going to increase the capacity of Ghanaians to produce more so that we can export, to add value, manufacture, so we can increase our exports. Mr. Speaker, today, the president is reporting that we are still importing rice. We are still importing tomatoes. We are still importing poultry products. So many things listed here. And because of that, he's establishing an ad hoc cabinet committee. Mr. Speaker, if key ministers in cabinet forming economic management team has not been able to provide solutions to this, there were more than 8 key cabinet ministers. Solid economic team. The president says that no, now he needs 5-member cabinet, ad hoc cabinet committee to handle this. Is it a tacit admission that the economic team that he established has failed government? Is it not an admission that the planting for food and jobs program has been a fiasco? Mr. Speaker, is it not an admission that the 1D, 1F has been a fiasco? Is it not an admission that rearing for food and jobs has been a fiasco? Is it not an admission that 1 district, 1 village, 1 dam has been a fiasco? Is it not an admission that planting for export and rural development has been a fiasco? Is it not an admission that mechanization for food and jobs has been a fiasco? Is it not an admission that greenhouse for vegetables production and export has been a monumental failure? Mr. Speaker, we don't govern with slogans. We govern with specific actions that will produce the needed results. Now the president is telling us that it is not right for Ghana to import sugar. But he inherited a factory, the Commander Sugar Factory. What is left is only the production of sugarcane. And for 6 years under the watch of President Akufo-Addo, Ghana is unable to produce sugarcane to feed the factory. And that is why the factory is there not performing. And today he's complaining about the fact that we spend more, annually $350 million to import sugar into this country. What kind of service are we doing to Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, the president complains about the poultry sector. Yes, it is true. As we speak, over 70% of businesses in the poultry sector have collapsed just because of the rising cost of feed. And the major ingredient in the poultry feed is the maize. The price of maize within 2 years has increased by 60%. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all the agricultural potentials and all the noise that we have made in this country about planting for food and jobs, we are unable to produce maize to feed ourselves. To the extent that the Minister of Agriculture has to issue permits to poultry farmers to go and import maize into Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the rising cost of poultry products, including eggs, is a reflection of the high cost of feed in this country. Mr. Speaker, there was also the outbreak of avian influenza in 2021, and Cabinet approved 44 million Ghana cedis for the minister to contain this outbreak. Mr. Speaker, out of the 44, 20 million was released. And surprisingly, the ministry reported to us that they used the 20 million to pay compensations and to create public awareness while the outbreak was consuming birds in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is where we are now. Agriculture, which is supposed to be the backbone of our country, Mr. Speaker, is now on the edge of precipice. Mr. Speaker, another important area that we need to look at is the fertilizer subsidy program. Mr. Speaker, to make fertilizers affordable, government launched a program under which we were told that government was going to bear 50% of the cost of fertilizer so that the farmer can pay 50% and have the fertilizer for the activities. Unfortunately, in practice, the subsidy has been reduced to 15%. So as we speak, government is only paying 15%. And Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to note that the ministry's monitoring team, monitoring planting for food and jobs, encountered donkeys carting fertilizers from Ghana to neighboring Burkina Faso. Now they don't use cars. They use donkeys to smuggle our fertilizers to neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, when you ask them why they did not arrest the donkeys, they said they had difficulty. They were afraid. And we asked them whether they reported the matter to the police. Because this is a serious matter. Fertilizers meant for planting for food and jobs are being smuggled through the use of donkeys. So I suggested to the ministry that is it not important for them to introduce tracking system so that all donkeys in that enclave are registered and given special numbers so that when we see a donkey carrying fertilizer, you trace it to the owner of that donkey. Mr. Speaker, I made this suggestion to the ministry, they will not listen. Mr. Speaker, why will the government sit aloof for people to use donkeys to cut our fertilizers to neighboring countries at the expense of the farmers in this country? And why is government unable to arrest them? Is the government afraid of those who are engaged in this illegal activity? Are they part of government that government is unable to act? Mr. Speaker, these are the issues that we need to address immediately because they are seriously affecting the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the level of poverty and hardships in the country is forcing a lot of our youth to travel outside the country. Mr. Speaker, I have with me here a report from Ghana Population and Housing Census indicating that more Ghanaian youth, more young people have abandoned Ghana for Europe. The number of our youth seeking greener pastures around the globe is increasing at an alarming rate. All because poverty has become so endemic. And it is surprising that when our colleagues get up to speak, especially those who are ministers, when they are speaking, they get the impression that they are in a different world.
Honorable Eric, your time is almost up. Please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When they are speaking, you and I will agree that they create the impression that all is well. But when they get to the turn of our colleagues who are not ministers, and they are like us, when they are speaking, they create the impression that all is not well. This will tell you that the wealth of our state is being concentrated in few hands. And the majority of Ghanaians are wallowing in abject poverty. So Ghana is in a state of, comatose. And Mr. Speaker, the president said this. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. The president said that Dr. Bawumia is now called Yi Bawumia. Is it not because the economic management has failed him?
Honorable,
so intelligently wanted to say
Honorable,
that he means empty Bawumia.
Honorable, your time is up. Yes, it's now the turn of Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. Honorable Carlos, you are a chairman of a committee. Honorable members, Honorable Chairman, You have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The floor is
Mr.
yours.
Speaker, I'm so grateful. Even if you give me 10 minutes, I'll try and do justice to the cause. But however, 15 will be more than adequate to take me through this exercise. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on this visionary statement from our President and also contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I cannot start my statement without envisioning the progress this economy has made since we took over from 2017 to 2019, 2020, when we had this problem of COVID. And of course, at the backside, Russia, Ukraine, which has actually catapulted our decline to the highs that we're now struggling to come back to normalcy. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that looking at the efforts that this president has put this country through to get us to that point when we're the fastest growing economy in the world in 2019, I can tell that we will come back to our original position before 2024. Mr. Speaker, is it not amazing that Ghana today is adjudged the best tourism destination in West Africa by the World Economic Forum 2021. It is clear, it is evident, and you can go and read it. Mr. Speaker, this did not happen overnight, it did not happen by chance, but for the visionary and creativity of this president we have, President Akufo-Addo, we would have achieved or chopped this success. Today, people see Ghana, people from the diaspora see Ghana as a destination to visit before, at least once in your lifetime, before you die. Just like Muslims see Mecca, that you have to visit Mecca at least once in your lifetime as a Muslim before you leave or go and meet your Mecca. Not too long ago, we rekindled this beyond the return, and I can tell you that starting from this Christmas or December, by the end of this year, we are going to see a large influx of foreigners coming into this country, which will support the opinions and of course the ideas of the world body that looks at people or destinations that are classified as tourist sites. All we need to do now today, Mr. Speaker, is to join the president to sing that chorus and improve our tourist sites to actually accommodate people who are going to come from these countries to visit Ghana and see Ghana as what it is. Mr. Speaker, if you look at statistics of the Ghana Airport Company, influx of foreigners in 2021, 2022, treble compared to 2020. It tells you that Ghana is being seen day in, day out as a country that one must visit. The Speaker, even considering domestic tours, it has improved by 55.7%, telling us that people are taking keen interest in tourism as far as domestic tourism in Ghana is concerned. If we don't see this as an improvement, then I don't think we are looking well. The Speaker, the vision of this president is to put the country Ghana on that pedestal where we will be over and above our contemporaries in Africa south of the Sahara. Today, we boast of the fact that the AFCFTA Secretariat is housed here in our country, making us the commercial capital of the world, of Africa. The Speaker, be that as it may, the president has ensured that we are going to use this secretariat that is being stationed here in our country to boost ourselves up and be the champion of African unity as far as trade and investment is concerned. Today, I hear my friend Kopoku mention that the president is giving figures which are inconsistent with what has already been provided. The Speaker, whether you like it or not, this is the very president, the only president after independence that has judiciously or consciously ensured that we industrialize this economy to put us where we want to be. The Speaker, I'll give you an example. In the time of our first president, which is President Kwame Nkrumah, we all saw industrialization in this country booming. Maybe you and I were not there at the time, but we know what happened, or we know what we met. When some people had opportunity, they sold these companies off.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
They keep on telling us that they were following IMF conditionalities or IMF advice. But IMF asked us to diversify our companies. They did not ask us to shut them down. For Alugu Tomato Factory was shut down. Workers in that factory had to go home. Farmers who supplied them with products had to go home. Akumadan was shut down. Workers had to go home. Farmers had to go home. The remaining factories that they had to diversify, the Speaker, unfortunately, they gave it to their cronies and their friends. I can give names, but it's not necessary. The most important thing is, while somebody was trying to put these factories up, another person was busily selling these companies off as if they were their own generated factories. But yes, another president came in and said that it is true that an economy can only grow, economy can only thrive on an industrialized path. And therefore, we embark on one district, one factory. The Speaker, today it is not by magic, but almost 300 factories, with some of them in various stages of construction, are underway. The Speaker, about 280,000 people have gained jobs through this exercise, direct jobs. Ask yourself, so if we could take ourselves back before 2016, all these 280,000 people plus will still be on the streets working without any job. So it should tell you some of the progress that the one district, one factory has made. Today you go to districts in the north, Savannah, Mr. Speaker, if you want me to mention, I can mention. Some have rice mills in the, some have rice mills in the, Mr. Speaker, there are villages, towns, and cities in this country which would have never seen any factory in their life. Today, as I speak, if you go to the Volta region, you go to South Dai, if you go to Bole Bamboy, if you go to Akontomra, all these areas, Mr. Speaker, can boast of factories. Who on this earth was going to give them factories for them to boast of? But for the president, the visionary president, President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if anybody has considered, but there was no way Ghana was ever going to produce a vehicle in this economy. Today, Mr. Speaker, I have lived enough. I have lived in this world long enough to know that at this point, the MPP government, led by President Akufo-Addo, has ensured that vehicles are produced here in this country. Whether assembled, whether provided, whether captured, they are made in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, one of these vehicles that makes me proud is the one they call Suzuki Espresso or whatever. That the people are using for Uber. Today, our youth, people who claim they didn't have job before, They are able to acquire one of these vehicles and they have used them for Uber. We sit in them all the time. Today, Toyota is assembling pickups here. Today, VW is assembling vehicles here. And what is even more? Our own Kantanka, they have improved and increased productivity as far as the vehicle assembly is concerned. What more do you need? This is a government that seeks to support its own. And we have done so to ensure that at least this economy will thrive on local manufacturing. If you do not industrialize the economy, Mr. Speaker, you will fail as others did before us. Somebody is talking about rice importation and what do you call meat importation and so on. But I will quote for you what President Mahama said in his State of the Nation address on the 25th of February 2014. Mr. Speaker, now, before then, let me quote the one of 2015.
Is your name, Mama? Is your name, Mama?
Mr. Speaker, the President then mentioned that more than 120 million Ghana cedis has been made available to the rice, poultry, share, and cashew and other agro-processing sectors to boost production. Mr. Speaker, what did we see when we came into power? We were still importing meat, importing fish, importing rice. We imported everything up to toothpick. They what it takes for them to even criticize. Because you indicated after in these sectors, you still didn't see any improvement. And you come and sit here and you tell us we are importing rice, we are importing this, as if we started. We have managed to introduce planting for food and jobs. And planting for food and jobs, we know what it has done to this economy. At a point, planting food to our neighboring countries. Nobody can challenge that. We saw on social media plantains that were getting ripe and being rotted. We saw farmers that were putting heaps of yam and selling them for 100 Ghana cedis and they weren't even getting buyers. The only challenge was how to transport them down south.
True.
So why will anybody sit here and complain that we are importing rice, we are importing sugar, we are importing... When in your own time, when you had opportunity, you invested 120 million and yet nothing to show for it as we speak. Mr. Speaker, I think that if you want people to challenge you on specific issues, the best thing to do is to compare or look at your own home and see if you have addressed or taken the lumber of your own eye before you do that to your colleague. Mr. Speaker, government have transformed, at least, or industrialized the economy to ensure that we have a growth point where we can build upon. When we came into government, we realized that the only sectors that were providing forex or that was supporting this economy was cocoa, gold, and timber. Sometimes also remittances from abroad. We realized that we needed new growth goals to ensure that they serve as pillars to support this economy going forward. And so we came up with what we call the strategic anchor industries. This is what has built the auto industry that today we are all boasting of. We are looking at the salt industry, we are looking at the palm oil industry, we are looking at the pharmaceutical industry, we are looking at 10 other areas to generate enough revenue to support our economy. We are not naysayers or boastful talkers. We say we do. We will not just give 120 million to a sector and let them use it for nothing and we'll still come and meet the problem. Mr. Speaker, what I want my colleagues to understand is that if we need an alternative to MPP, they cannot serve as an alternative. Because we know what they did when they were in power. We know what they were able to achieve. Today, look at what we are now. But for COVID, but for Ukraine, Russia, we would have been flying up very high.
Honorable member,
But we can say, without blinking an eye, Mr. Speaker, before 2024, we are all in this Ghana. President Akufo-Addo and his government will turn this economy around, and you will see that we are doers of our word. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Breaking the age. Breaking the age.
Thank you very much, Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. It is name of Samuel. Is it Samuel or Sam? Samuel. Samuel George.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
No, as a ranking member.
10 minutes.
Ranking.
Honorable, I didn't. 15 minutes. 10 minutes, Honorable. 15.
Mr. Speaker, let me, even if I'm given 5 minutes, I'm sure I'll be able to do justice to our friends on the other side, led by His Excellency the President, who have given the truth and facts a haircut. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the government led by President Akufo-Addo has engaged in a debt exchange program with the truth and have decided to peddle untruths to this House. President Akufo-Addo, in his statements to this House, said that, indeed, and I quote, freedom of speech has now reached such heights that even members of the diplomatic corps feel able to join in our national discourse. Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo has forgotten that he summoned the diplomatic community to Peduasi on Tuesday, January 28, 2020, and issued them with a stern warning to stop commenting on national issues in our country. That is the record of President Akufo-Addo. Yet today he turns around and says that there is freedom of speech. An intolerant person who is unhappy about dissent. You are begging the German government to help you beg China to forgive debt. And when the German ambassador tells you that your government is suffering from elephantiasis, you say that your party symbol is an elephant, so he should leave you alone. And you are complaining about that. Mr. Speaker, you have the defense minister stand in this chamber, this is a house of records, and claim that no government has ever provided accommodation for the military. Mr. Speaker, this house has approved loan agreements for military housing for our services under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the naval headquarters, the Minister for Defense, he is the minister who oversees the Navy of our country. The Ghana Naval Headquarters in Bema Camp was commissioned on the 11th of August 2016 by President Mahama. That the minister doesn't know. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of October 2012, President Mahama commissioned hangars, simulators, and aircraft for the military. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama commissioned security housing in Tema, 136 two-bedroom units and 32 three-bedroom flats. If those are not housing for the military, I don't know what the defense minister is talking about. Mr. Speaker, in Labadi Villas in Bema Camp, which is the heart of our military installation, President Mahama commissioned housing units for officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. In Boteman, the affordable housing projects that were abandoned by President Kufuor, when President Mahama took over, 6 of those units, and I'm happy the former housing minister is here. Honorable Atachia, 6 of those 48 unit blocks were handed over to the Ghana Armed Forces and completed by the President Mahama administration. We have men of our armed forces in Boteman, in the housing units. He would attest to it. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka, on the 9th of January 6th and 7th, chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, sit down. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw. I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, you see, when I said the president has engaged the debt exchange program with the truth, the president stood in this chamber, these hallowed chambers of parliament, looked Ghanaians in the face, and said that his government has constructed more fiber optic cable than any government in this Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing further away from the truth. Anybody admitting that it will be tantamount to admitting that our president carries an Afro punk on his head. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible. Because I will give you the breakdown of our fiber optic holding in this country. And Mr. Speaker, look, when it comes to the Eastern Corridor fiber, which currently is the longest fiber chain in our country, yesterday the Minister for Communications tried to play hanky-panky with the facts. That project was a Danida-sponsored project under President Mahama. Sword was cut for it by the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu. And I have in my hands the report dated 27 September 2012, where Honorable Haruna Idrisu, as Minister for Communication at the time, with President Mahama having taken over after the demise of Professor Mills, was the minister who cut sword for the Eastern Corridor fiber. 800 kilometers of fiber, starting from Ho, running through communities like Jasikan, Bushegu, Boku, Gendi. 122 communities along the Eastern Corridor connected. Government of Ghana project. Under this ministry, under this current government, they did an extension from Ho to Accra, 165 kilometers. It is only under this government that 165 kilometers is greater than 800 kilometers. That is why our economy is in reverse gear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I hold in my hands evidence of President Mahama cutting sword for the commissioning of the project in Ho. This was done on Monday, 18th May, 2015. 6 minutes more. Mr. Speaker, listen, Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about the holdings of fiber in our country, let us state for the facts what the fiber in our country is. We have what we call the metro fiber. Mr. Speaker, we have the Bema campus, 40 kilometers of fiber, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Kolebu campus, 35 kilometers, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Accra metro fiber, of fiber, commissioned in 2016. Is that President Akufo-Addo? No. Tamale Metro, 51 kilometers of fiber, commissioned by President Akufo-Addo? No. Home Metro, 30 kilometers, commissioned by President Akufo-Addo? No. So which fiber has President Akufo-Addo commissioned? Mr. Speaker, let me even give you further evidence from the National Communications Authority that since 2017, only 5 entities have been given fiber spectrum licenses in this country. Only 5 since 2017. The first one is Comsys. And at the time Comsys was given their fiber license, they already had fiber infrastructure built under the NDC. And Mr. Speaker, in all I have said, I have spoken about government infrastructure, what is owned by government. I have not spoken about private sector. I will come to that if time permits me. But Comsys already, which is private sector, had fiber built and commissioned in 2016 and only got their license in 2017. So you cannot say that that fiber belongs to this administration. The second was Spectrum Fiber. Spectrum Fiber was granted license in 2017, a Spectrum license. Spectrum Fiber is the only one that you can suggest has started a fiber project under this government. And Mr. Speaker, we are truthful, we tell the truth. The Western Corridor Fiber. But again, the Western Corridor Fiber is a PPP arrangement started under Edward Omanimpo-Ama as Minister for Communication in 2015. It is a World Bank funded project. In fact, the funding for that project, even today, is partly funded by the GIF, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, again, started by John Mahama. That is funding that project that is doing the Western Corridor under this government. So how then do you say this government has done more? Mr. Speaker, Gridco is the third company that has been given fiber license since 2017. Gridco has over 3,600 kilometers of fiber. That aerial fiber was strung and in place under the NDC administration when I served on the board of the National IT Agency between 2013 and 2016. Mr. Speaker, we had a partnership agreement with Gridco already to be carrying aerial fiber. So how then can President Akufo-Addo come and stand here and tell the world that Gridco fiber came up under his term? Mr. Speaker, that's a debt exchange program with the truth. Mr. Speaker, the fourth entity is Vobis. Vobis is another entity that already had infrastructure. So how then will he come here and say that he owns it? Mr. Speaker, the fifth one is Group Vivendi Africa. Group Vivendi Africa has just started building fiber. Mr. Speaker, the current fiber holding in the entire country, Ghana today, if you put all of our fiber holding, it's slightly under 7,000 kilometers of fiber. Mr. Speaker, of that 7,000 kilometers of fiber, 5,780 kilometers were constructed between 2012 and 2016. So how then do you tell me that President Akufo-Addo would be telling the truth if he comes to tell these people here, comes to tell us in this house that his government has built more fiber? Mr. Speaker, I told you I didn't even want to go into private ones. Because if I was to go into private ones, Mr. Speaker, under the NDC, Google. Let me wrap up. Mr. Speaker, Google Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Google Ghana. And I hold in my hands evidence. Yes. On the 3rd of October 2015, show it to the camera. Google Ghana launched a 1,200 kilometer fiber project under the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, Messrs. Internet Solutions, right, under the NDC administration. Again, Mr. Speaker, here it is. Evidence, no they lie. We speak with facts. We don't chew ballot papers. Mr. Speaker, $15 million metro fiber by Messrs. Internet Solutions. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. We have built 119 LTE base stations. Mr. Speaker, and in wrapping up, when the national security operatives are misbehaving on the orders of persons in government and they are carrying big Gota phones, the infrastructure that backs that Gota phone is the LTE base stations built by the NDC under John Dramani Mahama, 119 base stations.
Thank you very much.
What have you done for that sector?
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We will not let it pass. The LTE wasn't built by John Mahama. It was started by Kufo. It was not built by John Mahama. No.
Honorable member, if you have a contrary information, you'll be given opportunity for you to. Honorable member, if you have a contrary information, you will be given the opportunity to do that. So now it is the turn of Honorable Alex Tete.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm representing my chairman, so you should give me 15 minutes.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by our Deputy Majority Leader. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for discharging his constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, Article 34 plus 2 of 1992 Constitution states the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year in all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in this chapter, and in particular, the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health care, and the right to education. Mr. Speaker, my question is that, as Mr. President has actually delivered in this particular objective outlined by this principle, one would say that, Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country. There was no COVID. We couldn't provide 24 electricity for Ghanaians. We are all in this country. There was no global crisis. who couldn't pay nurses' allowance. We are all in this country. There is no Ukraine who couldn't pay teachers that we hired for 2 years. We were able to pay only 3 months to them.
Yes.
It is only the MPP government came and created this legacy debt. Are we saying that MPP has done nothing to Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, we are in this country. When COVID started, as a members of parliament, were rationed to actually buy car buckets and other items for our constituency. Today, we are telling Nana Dankwa and his government that upon all what they have done for Ghanaians, in terms of prevention and other things in the COVID era, we are telling this government that he has actually spent the money in waste. We have benefited as members of parliament when this COVID arises. Mr. Speaker, we were here, some of our colleagues nearly died. It is the government through Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo that we have gotten back our life. And today, we are telling Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo that he has done nothing for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are not ready to go back and face this economic hardship through the NDC. We have realized what the NDC has done for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, Ghana today, as I speak, Nana has said in his statement that no government in our fourth republic has been able to construct more roads than Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I have in my hands this book that has the details, roads that have been completed from 2017 to 2022. And I challenge both sides from the House that not single member of this House can tell us this out that there is no single road network in his or her constituency has been tied or has been improved in this particular administration. Yes. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Sit down. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, every constituency in this nation has gotten improved or tied roads in his constituency. Yes. And I challenge my friends from the other side to actually come out and say there is no evidence on that. Mr. Speaker,
sit down.
Today as I speak, you can realize that the MPP government introduced the free senior high school, which my friends were saying that it is not a good policy. But this year placement, Mr. Speaker, as soon as Minister of Education entered this house, members from the other side trooped to the minister to actually praise their awards and their nephews in age categorical schools. If it is not a proper or it is not a policy that is good for Ghanaians, why are they rushing on the minister to praise their awards? Mr. Speaker, I challenge members in this house that we can pay for our children's school fees. Who has actually said, or who has actually said that I'm a rich man in this country, I can offer or I can pay my school children fee? Nobody. Yes. And today we are telling Ghanaians that government has provided free senior high school for our children. Government has wasted our money. Mr. Speaker, if you borrow to invest in guinea fowls, and the guinea fowls cannot be found, is it not part of our debt? If you borrow to brand bus, and the bus cannot be accounted, is it not reckless spending?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you borrow, or if you collect taxpayers' money to develop the nation, and you use the taxpayers' money to give it to your cronies or your friends, like Wyoming, and we cannot get the money back, are you expecting which government to come and pay?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I heard Mr. Hagan, Honorable Hagan, saying that there is no activities in the road sector. And he actually mentioned that some of the interchanges were started by the former President John Mahama. I want to find out from my colleagues if they can tell this House the contractors who actually started some of these particular interchanges.
Yes.
Like Pejuase, like Nungwa, and other interchanges that yesterday he mentioned. If actually they can provide us with the contractors who actually started this particular work. And who cut the short. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is not a green book It's a green book work. This one is actual work that has been done by the Ministry of Rules.
Yes.
And my ranking member and my former ranking, which is now my minority chief whip, can attest to it. That this book is actual work that has been done. This is not a green book.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me state, in page 6 of the President's speech, he made mention that 518 million grants and loans have been distributed to small-scale enterprises for them to survive the scale that we went through the COVID. And today, my colleagues from the other side are telling Ghanaians that it's a waste of money. Mr. Speaker, in the health sector, government has done a yeoman job in the health sector. And typically, if you come to Western and Western North, in my constituency, on the 20th of this month, His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic will commission a hospital that has been built by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, on the road sector, if you go to Western North, in the Green Book of our former colleagues, Akontomna to Seviyo also actually was stated that they have completed the road. It is the MPP government who started in 2018. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, 66 kilometers of the roads, 50 kilometers of the roads have been done. Remaining 17 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, work is ongoing in Daboso, in Kwanta to Asampane. Government has completed the work from Dadieso to Enchi. Government has completed the road network from Akontomra to Dadieso. Mr. Speaker, a lot can be mentioned in the road sector. And I'm glad that our able Minister of Roads, Nana Amwakwata, Ghanaians must recommend him and thank him for the wonderful job that he has done in the road sector. Mr. Speaker, you have benefited from the roads. So, Mr. Speaker, let us face the fact that government has come and government has come, but Nana Addo Dankwa, upon all these challenges, has done what he could as a government. Mr. Speaker, let me tell my friends from the other side that they should actually support government in this challenge time and help Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to bring our economy back. Government has done it before. When we came to power in 2017, all were pointing to a good sign until the COVID. And I'm challenging my friends, if there is no COVID, why do they take the job of the COVID vaccine? We have all suffered in our constituency. Today, government has worked to save our lives. And we are telling government that whatever he has spent in the COVID is a waste of money. Ghanaians are listening. Ghanaians are witness what the NDC or my colleagues are telling Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if you read the Bible, Zechariah chapter 7 verse 9, in the paragraph 3, said, show mercy and compassion to everyone. Nana Addo Dankwa has shown mercy and compassion to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if you read chapter 7 verse 10, the same Zechariah,
Honorable Member,
said you shouldn't
after your second quotation, then you begin to...
I hear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Zechariah chapter 7 verse 10 said, with your permission I read, and oppress not the widows, nor the fatherless, the stranger, nor the poor, and let none of your image or imagine evil against his brother. What I want to tell my colleagues from the other side, that government has done well, and government has performed tremendously in the health, rules and everything. Government has saved our lives. We should stop the evil planning against government. Rather, we should all come together as a one country and help Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government to actually help the economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tete. We turn to Honorable Isaac Ejay Manson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the
debate on the SONA. Mr. Speaker, let no one deceive him or himself that Nana Akufo-Addo hasn't built roads. Indeed, he has built roads. But let no one also say that Nana Akufo-Addo has built roads more than any government since the Fourth Republic. It is not true today, and it's not true tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the facts are there. The incontrovertible facts are there. We have in this document, this book are full of errors. It is erroneous, it is misrepresented, and it cannot be held to be true. My colleague talked about the fact that all these interchanges were built by Nana Addo, and that we should quote one company that we say during our time we are awarded the contract to. Mr. Speaker, flower pot interchange. The minister will bear testimony. The flower pot interchange was awarded by President Mahama in 2016 to China Railways Corporation number 5. It is incontrovertible. It is there. So, my colleague, that is for you. The facts are there, and I'm challenging them. The minister is here. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have talked about the interchanges. It is clear. We are not to boast about interchanges. Otherwise, if you tell us that East Legon Underpass is a credit, we would have gone to Sofo Line. The Sofo Line interchange was completed or done by the NDC government. But that said, I want to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, there is incontrovertible source of evidence that displays or that tests as the performance of every regime. This source is our own budget statements. Respective budget statements yearly they tell you the performance of each government. Indeed, in the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Mr. Speaker, there is that column in our performance, in the report, that talks about performance, about the previous year, and talks about performance in the ensuing year. When we call that outlook. In that report, it tells you the periodic maintenance work. Mr. Speaker, what is periodic maintenance? Periodic maintenance is that gives longer life to our roads. And we talk about asphalt overlay, we talk about rehabilitation, we talk about bitumen surfacing, and so on. Then we also have the routine maintenance. Mr. Speaker, routine maintenance is that gives temporal life to our roads. And indeed, it allows the roads to last very longer. What is in the budget statement I'm going to talk about is about the periodic maintenance. It is the periodic maintenance that Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker? Okay. Which is not true. Mr. Speaker, so in the respective statement for 2009 to 2016, but it is good, and it is instructive, Mr. Speaker. Let him check into the books, the data, the fact that was given to us. In page 5, it is indicated, Mr. Speaker, that NDC since 2016 did build 4,636 kilometers of road. This is factually inaccurate. And indeed, NDC MPP Nana Akufo-Addo from 2016 to 2022 has built 11,974 kilometers. It is factually inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I'm referring to the budget statement. In the budget statement of 2009, because they are saying that 2009, 2016, NDC government performed or built 4,600 roads. But in the budget statement for 2009, paragraph 362, paragraph 365, and paragraph 370 for trunk, feeder, and urban routes, the road constructed or built was 2,393 kilometers. In 2010, you found that in budget statement 2011, paragraph 413, paragraph 416, and paragraph 420, the total roads built was 4,516. Then in 2012 and 2013, we have them all. Together, it amounted to 9,553.22 kilometers. That stands in the name of President Mills for his first time. Mr. Speaker, in the second time, it's incontrovertible. Take your budget statement, and you can get this thing from www. Go to the www.mofec.org. Ghana Gov Ghana. You can get this from Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, so the second term of NDC, 2013 to 2016, incontrovertible fact. Budget statement for 2014, you have paragraph 75. Budget statement for 2015, paragraph 495. Budget statement for 2016, in paragraph 569. Budget statement for 2017, paragraph 506. In total, it is 5,995 kilometers. When you bring that together, Mr. Speaker, then you are arriving at 15,545.22 kilometers, standing in the name of NDC. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to Nakufadu? Why do I say that budget statement? It is incontrovertible source. This document is full of errors. In my constituency, for instance, in page 386, Wasi to Ateku, it is shown in this book, Mr. Minister, that this road was constructed by Nana Akufo-Addo, and that's not true. This road was constructed by President Mahama by the small construction limited and the Chinese company, Gina Company Limited. It wasn't constructed by Nana Akufo-Addo. Again, in page 218, column 388, Takwa, Amwanda, Munivale Daman Road, which was constructed by President Mahama. There were three contractors: Catro, Wilhelm, and Godislav. They constructed this road. By 2016, it was done. Now it is in this book that they constructed. So this book is full of errors. And that is why we need to go to the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement is incontrovertible, and that is very clear. So let me go forward, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, let's see what happened to Nana Akufo-Addo. In Nana Akufo-Addo's time, in 2017 to 2020, the total road that was constructed, what was built in the document, is 4,331 kilometers. You can run away from this one. And you can find that in budget statement 2018, paragraph 531, budget statement 2019, paragraph 721, budget statement 2020, paragraph 858, budget statement 2021, paragraph 831. In total, for trunk, feeder, and urban, Mr. Speaker, you have in the credit for Nakufo for its first term, 4,331 kilometers. For its first term. In the second term, Mr. Speaker, from 2021 to 2022, the same budget statement is incontrovertible. And that, budget statement for 2020, paragraph 867, it has said that the total road constructed for feeder, urban, and the trunk was 836 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, in the budget statement for 2023, paragraph 701, we have a total road constructed to stand at 1,286. In total, it is 2,122 kilometers. When we bring this in together, Nana Akufo-Addo has constructed 6,000, and it is clear, 6,000, Mr. Speaker, 6,453 kilometers, standing in the name of Nana Akufo-Addo. So 6,000 is the incontrovertible details in the budget statement. Where is this 11,000 kilometers coming from? In this report, we realize that Nana Akufo-Addo has constructed 11,000 and over. But a chunk of it, over 7,000, are routine maintenance. Routine maintenance roads are those who are not in construction. We don't count them. They are the graveling and grading and so on. The chunk of it. So it is clear that this document is gutted, it should not be accepted, it is erroneous, and today and tomorrow, Nana Akufo-Addo, of course, is concerned with roads. He's done well, but he's not the best. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the ministry, and the minister knows that, we have something called the National Road Condition Mix. Since 2017, this thing has ceased, and I'm challenging this side. They should bring us evidence that this one was, the road condition mix was done. If you do that, you know the health of the industry. Since 2017, no road condition survey has been conducted. And I challenge this side. They should bring the evidence. Instead, last year, Mr. Speaker, remember, we challenged the 10,000. And they came back and said, oh, they are projecting to construct 94,000. And that one, it is projected. It is not verifiable. As we speak to you today, it is not verifiable. Because if you see this report, there's asterisks. The engineers will tell you that when they use that asterisk, it means that it has not been validated. So as we speak now, that has not been validated. The total network for this country, certified certified is 78,402 kilometers. That is what was done by President Mahama when he left office. The challenge is that this government has failed to do the road condition survey. Many contractors are not being paid. How can it happen that a government, that all contractors are complaining? Everybody is complaining. All MPs in this house do complain about their roads. Their roads are not being constructed. And that tells you that it is not good with us. So I don't want to go much, but I'm telling you.
Honorable member, your time is
the
up.
records are swept,
to wind up.
And it cannot be true today. It cannot be true tomorrow. Nana Akufo-Addo should be placed on record. Mr. Speaker, and I plead with you, if it is possible, give this report to the committee. We will go into it. But at the end of the day, we have demonstrated to you that records are available. That Nana Akufo-Addo indeed is not the person or president that has constructed more roads than any other government.
Honorable member, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, thank you very much. Honorable member, he's not a ranking. So please, I know what very well. So we come to Honorable Hansen Noti. Honorable Hansen Noti, Tema Central. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the statement made the shona made on this floor by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, in the statement made by His Excellency, the President, he made mention or drew our attention to a few things. Most importantly, the fact that after 30 years of our democratic experience, it is important for us as representatives of the people to protect the gains that we have made in this democratic experiment. Also, he made mention of the fact that democracy is not static and that it needs nurturing. And also alluded to the fact that we have equipped ourselves since the 2020 elections and in this 8th Parliament. And for that matter, the fact that we've been able to work together with an almost quasi-hung Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in the shona, the President made very important admissions. And most importantly, was candid with the people of Ghana. He was honest, he was truthful, and candid with the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to set the record straight, just as the President did. He started with what has transpired in the past, where we are today, and where he wants us to go. Mr. Speaker, setting the record straight. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2020, we reduced inflation to its lowest, the lowest since 1992. Secondly, for the first time in 40 years, we had a fiscal deficit that was below 5% of our GDP for 3 consecutive years. Yes. Mr. Speaker, our currency depreciation was at its lowest. However, Mr. Speaker, if you compare that to what had transpired between 2012 and 2016, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we were doing very, very well. However, Mr. Speaker, being truthful to the people of Ghana, the President admitted that but for the war in Ukraine, but for the war on the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we would have been doing much, 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 much better as an economy. All these difficulties that we're going through wouldn't have been there. Mr. Speaker, until 2020, I had never heard of the word COVID before.
Yes.
Many of us in this room had never heard of COVID. For Ebola, we had heard of Ebola.
You had heard of cholera. You had dealt with them before. But many of us, I didn't say you, I said many of us had not heard of COVID before. Mr. Speaker, COVID is the only disease that we couldn't see, we couldn't hear, we didn't know, had no color, had no taste, and was killing Ghanaians and, for that matter, everybody in this world. COVID is the only disease that had the capacity of keeping everybody in the world in his room for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Everybody was under curfew for 3 weeks on a disease that we didn't know. And Mr. Speaker, we fought it like a war. When there's fire in your home, you quench it with any water that is available. Whether it's clean water, it's good water, it's water in the fridge. The most important thing is to quench the fire. And we did exactly that. And the president said that he wants to save lives. And he was going to use all means possible to do exactly that. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we did. For nothing at all, we have accounted to the people through the auditing of the COVID funds, Mr. Speaker. We have accounted to the people, or our government has done exactly so. And these are tangible things that we have done. Mr. Speaker, for nothing at all, we provided micro loans to Ghanaians, most especially our women, so that they could continue to feed their families or continue to run their business or keep themselves afloat. Mr. Speaker, we spent over 518 million Ghana cedis on these small loans. Mr. Speaker, our health workers and our colleagues on the other side maybe have short memories, just as the former president, His Excellency John Mahama, said in December 2013, that Ghanaians have short memories, and that's why we forget the achievements that he has chalked for this country. To paraphrase, Mr. Speaker, we are not forgetful, but we need to remind them consistently of the achievements that His Excellency the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, has achieved for the people of Ghana. Even during COVID, we were creating jobs. We created over 58,000 jobs in the health sector alone. Mr. Speaker, it has not all been doom and gloom. The security sector, we have created in fact, we have supplied them with over 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, Mr. Speaker, 40 jeeps, J8 vehicles. For our Navy, we've supplied them with not less than 4 offshore patrol vessels. Mr. Speaker, all these in very difficult, trying times that we find ourselves in as a country. Mr. Speaker, our judiciary have not been left behind. We've provided over 120 courthouses. 6 regional high courts. Offices and accommodation for our justices of the high courts and appeal courts. Mr. Speaker, 210 vehicles for the justices of the high court, appeal courts, and the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, there's no country under the sun that can develop without science. Yes. For the first time in our history, we have built 10 brand new STEM schools. Mr. Speaker, these schools are some of the best that you can find in this country today. When you go to Abuja, there are schools in Ghana, or in fact, the schools, science schools in Ghana, where students don't even have the opportunity to do titration before they write their final exams. But today, we have built STEM schools that we believe would change the fortunes of Ghana in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, tell them. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, our opponents on the other side have been throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians that we have found a way of taking money out of the pockets of our poor pensioners. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely not true. The DDEP was a voluntary program. Yeah. And underline voluntary. It's a voluntary program. You decide to participate. And Mr. Speaker, because Ghanaians have confidence in the ability of this government to manage the economy and turn things around, we had an 85% participation rate in the new bonds that were issued. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we have done to make sure that post-COVID, Ghana will still be growing. Mr. Speaker, to quote from the President and to conclude, he says that throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearn for vision from sight. Mr. Speaker, yes, there may be dark clouds hanging on us. The dark clouds have not completely dissipated, but we believe in the ability of His Excellency the President and His able Vice President, Dr. Baumia. We have the men to lead us so that we clear these storms. And Mr. Speaker, the storm will soon be over, and Ghana and Ghanaians will see the brightness of the day. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, you have to conclude. To quote from His Excellency the President, he says, fellow Ghanaians, let us believe in ourselves. That's the most important thing. If we believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us, obviously we'll be able to ride the storm, and Ghana will be the victor for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You start now. Good job.
Very well, thank you. Let me now come to Honorable Member for Bongo.
Thank you.
Bongo man himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, you've stopped me in the middle, so you add 2 minutes to it.
I'll add 2 seconds to you. So yes.
That this House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the State of the Nation address delivered on March 8, 2023. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, the last speaker indicated that under the NDC we could not even give kids the opportunity to titrate or perform basic titration in the laboratories. But one thing he did not tell people is that even today, kids do not have tables and chairs to sit down and even understand the basic principles of the mole concept before they go into the laboratory to titrate. And that is one thing that he should know. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, members, please.
Mr. Speaker, but the truth of the matter is this. When we were kids, I remember, and I was privileged to go to a mission school like you also went to mission school. I was privileged to go there. And we were taught basic values of speaking the truth. And that if you spoke the truth, it was something that you were seen and respected because your truth or your word was what people could rely on. Unfortunately, when you grow older, you say it because it is something that is so abominable. Even when the grown-up say something that is not true, usually in most cultures they say, oh, you have forgotten. Because it is simply not comprehensible to understand that somebody who is as old as over 60 years will say things that are not true. So you always say, oh, I think you forgot. I say this because, you see, if you have a situation where you blatantly change records and come to Parliament, and because you were not speaking under oath, you can say them and go scot-free, then it's dangerous. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when the finance minister came here to present the budget on rural electrification in terms of access to electricity, this is what the finance minister said. That under rural electrification, 1,212 communities were connected to the national grid, increasing the national access rate from 80.5% to 83.24%. He was reporting the 2016 figures. Mr. Speaker,
When the president came here just a few days ago, this is what he said. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the most difficult stage of electricity provision around the country. The parts that are left are very difficult to access. The national electricity access rate increased from 79.3, not the 83.24 reported by his own finance minister, in 2016 to 88.54 in 2022. When did the figure move from 83.25 as reported in 2017 as part of the performance in 2016 to 79 point something? And this is a president who is making this statement. And he wants me, a common member of parliament, to accord him with all the respect and take his words for what they mean when he makes statements like this. But I can understand. If you look at the previous governments before him, everybody has outperformed him. And the only way to behave right was to reduce the performance of somebody so that he can also have a very big percentage gap. I say this because when the national electricity, access program came into being, in somewhere in 1990, the rate, in terms of access rate to electricity, was just 15%. That was under President Rawlings. By 2000, when he was leaving government, the access rate had increased to 45%. President Akufo came and increased it from 45% to 54%. And that was in 2008, December. From 2009 to 2016, it moved from 54% to 83.25% as reported by the finance minister, who happens to be the president's own cousin, in 2017. So for the president to come and indicate that the access rate as in 2016, December, was 79 point something, was simply very disappointing. And I remember that day when he was talking, some of the members of the MPP who are seized with these facts, including my own chairman, I saw him squeeze his face because I realized that these things were not very true. Mr. Speaker, the next point I want to talk about has to do with one important issue that the president did not talk about. And to be very sincere, we thank God for the intervention and the mercies he gives us. Or else this country would have spent 1.3 billion on an investment that was going to yield nothing. You recall that just a few days ago, AGM Petroleum issued a statement indicating that they were relinquishing their interest in the South Deep Water Tunnel block. The reason they gave was that the information in that discovery was not enough for them to proceed in terms of investments. But Mr. Speaker, you know you are a member of the Mines and Energy Committee. In 2021, the president and his team came to this house and told us that Aker Energy and then AGM Petroleum, both owned by one single businessman from Norway, that they were going to offload part of their shares. If you recall, they said they were offloading 70% of the South Water and Deep Water Tunnel block, and then 37% of the Aker block. And that, based on their own valuation, it was supposed to be 1.3 billion. And they wanted this house to approve the acquisition. They had indicated to us that the economic management team had approved this transaction. You recall that the minority said that we did not have enough information to move on and to approve this particular deal. Particularly, if you look at the block that has been relinquished today, they had valued it at $700 million. $700 million. The block that has been relinquished today, the valuation that was presented to Parliament was about $700 million. We said this was a scam. We said this was a trick to ensure that Ghana loses money. People fought against us. 2 years after that, The same company that was going to sell the thing for us for 700 million have told us that they are relinquishing their interest in it because they do not see that particular investment as viable. My question I need to ask today is this: whose interest was it when this particular deal was brought to Parliament? Because I cannot for a moment believe that the economic management team, chaired by the Vice President, could superintend over this and recommend to Parliament that we should approve this deal. The Ake deal, the one you asked that we should give you 1.3 billion to go and acquire. And 2 years after that, the same company that wants to sell that deal to the block to you says that we are no longer interested. Take it. Because you know why? Initially, we are told them that if you look at the issues of crude oil development, when you first discover oil, it is not enough. You need to conduct an appraisal test to determine the commerciality of the particular discovery. If you have not done that, you don't move on. Even your financiers will not give you money. And indeed, Aken Energy and ATM Petroleum knew that they had not conducted the appraisals. And so if they were to go to any bank or any financial institution, they were not going to get funding for it. Even if they decided to offload their shares on any of the stock exchange, they were not going to get people to buy those shares. And so they decided that in collaboration with their partners within government, that let's saddle Ghana with this and let Ghana part away with $1.3 billion. That is why I am indicating that we must not just leave it at the point of just saying that they have relinquished it, but who are their collaborators within government who almost tricked us? We need to be able to do that. We need to investigate this further. 2, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that, and to be very sincere with you, the president came to the house here looking so excited, saying that, oh, based on a particular initiative I brought into being, that's the goal for oil, that, oh, I've been able to reduce fuel prices from 23 cedis per liter to about 12 point something cedis per liter. And he was proud about it. I wish God really gave me the confidence the president has to look straight into Ghanaians and still articulate your failure as an achievement.
Honorable, your time is up.
5 minutes more. Oh.
And you should be winding up. You know, the time is
yes,
there. You can look at it.
Mr. Speaker, all I need to say in this particular area is this. In 2016, a gallon of petrol was 14 cedis. Gallon. Under Akufo-Addo, people bought a gallon of fuel for 103 Ghana cedis. And he was still bold enough to look at us and say that he has done well. But Mr. Speaker, I just hope and pray that at the committee that I belong with you, that we'll have an opportunity to digest this. Because the truth of the matter is that our grandfather, our father, some people call him uncle and brother, has not been truthful to Ghanaians. And the unfortunate part of it is that he comes to Parliament and then through his teeth, he can lie.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable Member, thank you very much. Honourable Asunaba, I don't think I will give you the opportunity.
I wanted to seek your opinion. For a sitting member of Parliament to say that the head of state, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, came here to lie. I mean, this is not forensic language. It's serious. I wanted to seek your opinion on that. It's very unparliamentary. The president came to lie. That's a serious matter.
Yes.
That's a very, very serious matter. So please, my very good brother, if you want to withdraw what you said, because it carries serious implications for this nation. The international community is listening to what we are doing in this chamber.
To say that the president came to this house to lie with the greatest of respect is very unparliamentary, and I'll crave your indulgence that it should withdraw that statement.
Yes.
The other gentleman is in contempt of the chair.
Honorable Bauer.
Yes. Where your people will not want to use meters, but I want to enjoy electricity.
Honorable members, please.
Yes. We have been installing meters for you and we are in contempt of the chair.
Honorable Bauer, can you put it differently for us?
I respect Honorable Atachia very much. And he understands the English language better than me. But I do not know the definition. When somebody says something that is not true, what is it called? But you are saying that per the definition. I shouldn't use the definition here. I should say what is palatable to the ears. The president deliberately misrepresented facts. I'm using that in place of lies.
Well.
Is that okay?
Well.
Okay.
So we turn to Honorable Sylvester Tete. Honorable, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a vice chairman of a committee. I think I'm entitled to 15 minutes.
Honorable members, the vice chairman are allocated 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House thank His Excellency the President of the Republic for the message on the state of the nation which he delivered to Parliament on Wednesday, 8 March 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is important to thank His Excellency the President having delivered a speech that is concise, a speech that is apt, a speech that tells the true state of our nation, Ghana, and indeed, Parliament has every reason to thank Mr. President, not just for the statement, but indeed how Mr. President has carried on this country in times of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, the President has been truthful to this country and having accepted the challenge that this country is going through some difficulties. But indeed, in the face of all the difficulties and the challenges, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces has not run away from his responsibilities to the good people of this country, and he has lived up to the billing. Mr. President told us where he took this country from, and people had problems with the President taking us back from 2017 to 2020 before what our brothers from the other side don't want to hear in this country. Mr. Speaker, the President has said up to 2022, we've had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. This is an achievement that everybody is proud of, including our friends from the other side, to the extent that the Fiscal Responsibility Act was passed by this August House. But for COVID, I'm not too sure that Parliament will grant the Ministry of Finance and the government for that matter an opportunity to relax or to suspend that Fiscal Responsibility Act for the government to expend money to be able to save lives and the economy of this country. The statement of Mr. President that we know how to bring back the economy, but it is difficult to bring back lost lives. Today, that statement is true. And Mr. President, in his statement, to say that last year we were having to buy a liter of petroleum products of 23 cedis per liter. Today, it is come down to 12.95. Mr. President even said 13. It could not be an accident. That could not be an accident. It did not happen by way of an accident. When he was going up, the President and his team are being blamed for escalating prices of petroleum products. But when it's coming down,
People want us to believe that it is an accident. The irony of our stance on matters of national interest. Mr. President, again, Mr. President again said to this House that the balance of trade up to 2020 December was in a surplus. But for COVID, people do not want us to talk about COVID. But the impact of COVID in the global supply chain is felt everywhere. Where a container, shipping charges of a container shot from $4,000 to $14,000. Was that also caused by the president and his team? Mr. Speaker, that cannot be said to be the fault of the president and his team. Where an economy had gone to sleep without production for 3 solid weeks, obviously the Minister of Finance came to this House and told us that the revenue stream of this country had gone down and expenditure had gone up. A cumulative effect of about 13% of GDP. This is a huge hole that it will take time to fill it back. Mr. Speaker, in some of the achievements of the president, why we say this House must thank him. In 2017, when we inherited the reins of governance in this country, the total number of libraries for the entire country was only 61. Only 61. Mr. Speaker, as of 2022 December, we can now count 115 libraries, well-stocked libraries across the country. Even in the face of all the challenges, we are making gains. What I want to urge this August House to do, that we should be mindful of how we run down this country. Unemployment rate, we know when we inherited this economy, we had Youth or Graduate Unemployment Association in this country. Government has taken different steps to ensure that we reduce the incidence of unemployment, even in the face of COVID. That is why the president had told this August House that in the face of COVID, we didn't go to sleep. We thought of the small, medium businesses in this country, where we had to expend 518 million to support over 302 small-scale businesses in this country. And today we are celebrating women as part of the International Women's Day celebration. Mr. Speaker, the number of businesses that were supported, majority of them are women-led businesses in this country. And the statistics are available. Out of the number, 36% were male businesses and 64% are female businesses. That is the way we develop a country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has the biggest or the largest medical drone supplies ever in the world. And we think that we have not done anything as a country. Mr. Speaker, what we've been able to do for youth and youth unemployment, TVET, last year, 2021, the total enrollment of TVET, vocational and technical skills, that is so necessary for the development of this country, Mr. Speaker, stood at only 13,000. At the end of 2022, it shot up to 47,000. That is remarkable. If we don't develop the skills and the technical ability of our young people, this country will not be able to develop. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, TVET Council alone services had employed over 34,000 of our young people into various sectors of TVET education in this country. And that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, I wish my brother Sam George is in the chamber. He's misled this House to say that GOTA was introduced by former President John Mahama. Let me remind him that it was started by former President Kufuor under the command of the late Commander Major Owusu Adansi, retired, of blessed memory. If he cares to know, that cannot be the part of the records of former president. And let me also say, the Eastern Corridor fiber optic indeed was started in 2012 by the former NDC administration, but we can count only 800 kilometers of fiber optic in the Eastern Corridor. The NPP, standing true with our faith of private sector-led development of this country, partnered Spectrum Fiber to develop 2,500 kilometers of the Western Corridor road, and we are still continuing. So when he comes here to say these are private-led, indeed the NPP believes in the private-led. That is why we support and build the capacity of the private sector to take the steps and develop this country. That cannot be said to be true. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House that we must count our blessings and name them one by one. In other jurisdictions where they produce much oil than our country, they are queuing for petroleum products. In this country, by the special grace of God and by the diligence of the president, we are not queuing for petroleum products in this country. We are not queuing for petroleum products in this country. Rather, the prices of it are coming down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I urge the House to join me in thanking Mr. President for a splendid speech delivered to this August House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You are the only person who didn't allow me to prompt you that your time is getting up. I give you thumbs up. So, I will now, Motara, you are now here. You want to speak? Are you sure? Okay, I'm giving you the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. Today is Friday.
Your time has started.
No, today is Friday, and I actually went to pray for the country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I'll begin by recommending a book for His Excellency the President to read. I have one, I can make it available. I would urge His Excellency the President to go read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And in that book, he made a famous statement. He says, and I quote, "I am for truth no matter who says it. I am for justice no matter who is it for or against. I'm a human being first and foremost. As such, I am for whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole." The President appeared before this House to deliver his State of the Nation's address, as enjoined to do so by Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution. The Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution expects the President to tell us nothing but the truth. Unfortunately, when I was watching the President, and Mr. Speaker, I enjoy watching Cartoon Network. For a moment, if I didn't bring myself to speed, I thought I was watching Cartoon Network. Because in the cartoon world...
Honorable, no. I wouldn't take this.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying how
Honorable member, I wouldn't take this. No.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please withdraw. No. I wouldn't take this.
Mr. Speaker, if I cannot express how I felt because you feel uncomfortable with it, I withdraw.
Withdraw, yes.
I was just expressing my feeling. I enjoy watching Cartoon Network. I never knew it is a crime to watch Cartoon Network and express same.
Honorable, just withdraw. Just withdraw and go. Please.
Mr. Speaker, the President was expected to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth. The reason why Sona expects the President to tell us the truth, the President...
Put our withdraw.
Oh, leader, he has withdrawn. I've asked him to withdraw. Please expunge that aspect from the record.
Mr. Speaker, the indiscipline is too much. Mr. Speaker, if you want to confront me intellectually. And Mr. Speaker asked me to withdraw, and I did say, perhaps you are not even paying attention. Don't allow emotions to lead you to temptation. Right, Honorable Speaker. The president was expected to tell us nothing but the truth. The reason why the framers of the Constitution expect the president to tell us nothing but the truth is that the president has a privileged position, that he has access to information that all of us do not have. And therefore, he owes us a duty and a responsibility when he appears before this house. He is appearing literally before the people of this country. So he must tell us the truth. Telling us the truth will help us to plan in terms of our finances, will help us to plan in terms of our social lives, will help us to plan in terms of security. Unfortunately, we experience the direct opposite of what truth is. Right, Honorable Speaker, I hold a first degree in psychology. And if you are looking at the stages of growth, there is something we call concrete operational stage of a child growth. Children who are at that stage, they blame everybody for their woes except themselves. And I guess that was what was demonstrated on this floor. Every single problem that we are experiencing in this country was blamed on everybody except the president. But I will use a moment to unpack the absolute untruths that were peddled in this house. His Excellency the President told us, don't blame me for the woes. I came and met debts. I did only SHS economics. The Deputy Minister for Finance here, who was my very good friend on campus, did economics. And I said, no, yeah. He was my good friend, Mr. Speaker. The economics that I did tells me that when you borrowed over 400 billion and someone borrowed 40 billion, you can't look into our miserable faces and told us we shouldn't blame you because you borrowed, you came and met debts. President Mahama inherited a debt of a little over 80 billion. Debt that started from independence. And by the time he left office, he left a debt of a little over 120 billion. Today, this president has borrowed over 480 billion. Yet he had the guts to look into our face and tell us that don't blame me for the woes. Blame the fact that I inherited debt. And what is there to show? Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to talk about what President Mahama did with the 40 billion he borrowed. I'm just going to state what you and I know. We all live in Accra, and my good friend John Kuma, I can carry you on my back. Rich Hospital is not far from this place. The Cycle Interchange is not far from this place. The University of Ghana Medical Center is not far from this place. The Bank Hospital is not far from this place. Tell us what you have done with the money. Tell us what you have borrowed. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have never seen a policy intervention that is geared towards industrialization that doesn't yield the results of creating jobs. The SHS economics I did tells me that when you industrialize, you grow the economy, you expand it, jobs are created. And once jobs are created, employment would have to be created. President Nana inherited an unemployment rate of 6.8. Today, per the census report that was submitted, unemployment is 17.4. It is not mediocre, which is mediocre. So it is only under this government that you have industrialization, which doesn't lead to the creation of jobs. And the president told us in this house that they have created a lot of jobs. And someone sadly also said, oh, the president has created jobs. You see, there's a popular Dubani proverb that you cannot sleep with an itching anus and do not expect to wake up with smiling fingers. Oh, it's an African proverb. Mr. Speaker, am I denied from quoting those proverbs too? That when you sleep with an itching anus, you definitely wake up with smiling fingers. The mess that is created in this country is an African proverb. Am I denied from quoting proverbs too? Right, Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me. Mr. Speaker, you need to protect me. Mr. Speaker, you need to protect. When I quoted Malcolm X, quoted Malcolm X, it was all right. Yet these same people are telling us that Ghana beyond age. Ghana beyond age. We are in Ghana. I am talking about what is created. The problems confronting us are self-inflicted. The problems we are facing today are self-inflicted. That you have unemployment rate of 6.8, you took it to 17.4. Inflation of 15%, you took it to 54+%. Debt to GDP of a little over 60%, you took it to 104%. You took a CD to the dollar at 3.7, let's even say 4, to 13 cities. Do you need Archimedes to rise from his tomb to tell you that we are in an absolute mess? We are in a mess. You don't need Archimedes. In fact, you don't need Honorable John Kuma, who is an economist, to tell you that this country is in a mess. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. Mr. Speaker, I was flabbergasted that the president didn't find a space in his heart to talk about the brutality of ordinary citizens of this country. That you had men in uniform who are clothed with the power and the gun purchased by our taxes. They went there because, unfortunately and sadly, a military officer was barbarously murdered. And we all demand that the murderers should be looked for and dealt with. As a matter of fact, the police had commenced investigation to establish who murdered that military officer. Yet you have a military attaché who went there and did what they did. And the president didn't find a little space. Of course, there isn't any space left for empathy and sympathy. If there were spaces left, the president would have expressed same when young men were murdered at Techima. The president rather pretentiously was telling us we should celebrate the Ghanaian women. Need I remind the president that the wives of the young men who were murdered during the 2020 elections for the crime of participating in the democratic process, their wives are widows today. Amesuale's wife is a widow today. And the president stood here pretentiously telling us that he cares so much about Ghanaian women. The way you can demonstrate your care for the Ghanaian women is to ensure that their husbands were murdered, their children are orphans, the education of their children are truncated. And the president stood here, looked into our miserable faces, and pretentiously indicate to us that he cares so much about Ghanaian women. There was nothing befitting, there was nothing embarrassing than what the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces did. Someone can conclude that the president knew what the military men did at the Shama. The military high command, they are under the supervision and the authority of the Minister for Defense. No military man can do something like that in a democracy. And if they did so, and hence, having ruled, the ultimate responsibility lies on the president. And therefore, the president instructed the military men to go brutalize those young people.
Mutala, your time is getting up. Please wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. I realize that some people are uncomfortable with proverbs. Proverbs they will hear today. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason why you find some of our colleagues who are reiterating same falsehood peddled by the president. There's a simple, popular proverb in the north that if the chief comes home with weird haircut, his children will come home with Tape Joe. You know Tape Joe? Tape Joe. Because the chief comes home. And the reason why the president will peddle falsehood, and you find our colleagues who do same, a guinea fowl cannot be flying and its offsprings will be walking. So like father,
thank you very much,
like son,
Honorable
like falsehood of the president, like falsehood of his appointees.
It's up.
With all
thank you
these
so
Mr.
much.
Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute.
We will now take the last round of debaters, and the last round will begin with Dr. Kingsley Nyako. And now, Professor Kingsley Nyako. Yes, Prof, the floor is yours.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this debate on the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Speaker, I want to put on record that the President told us the truth. All that he said were the truth. And nobody in this house, especially those on the other side, has not been able to prove an instance of an untruth in the statement. Nobody. Nobody has been able to do that. The president is an honest person. He respects the people of Ghana. He wouldn't come to this house and tell us untruth. If you believe that he says something that is not right or untrue, please provide the evidence and we talk about that. Honorable Speaker, it's not also true that His Excellency was the one who commanded the military to go to Ashaman and did what they did. He didn't do that. I remember in this chamber on Tuesday, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sherman wanted to make a statement. His statement was admitted by the Right Honorable Speaker. But when he rose and asked to be allowed to make a statement, the Speaker told him that he will not allow him because he has heard a contrary information on the issue. So are you then suggesting that Mr. Speaker was also in the know of what happened there? Please, as politicians, let us be admonished and encouraged by what the President told us on Wednesday when he began his statement. He told us that we need to safeguard and protect our democracy. He told us that when something happens and there is a military adventurism in this country, the first point of call that surface is Parliament. It means that we must be guided and guarded by what we say, because if you're not careful, you will send a wrong signal to the people out there. Honorable Speaker, I want to make this point because listen to the debate, especially from the other side. It is so interesting. Everything that the President said that was done by his administration, they will claim credits. Everything was done by them. When it came to the interchanges, some of them, they said, oh, they secured, the agreement, they secured loan and all that. Everything was done by them. Honorable Speaker, I want them to understand that the Sankofa oil field was discovered by the MPP administration in the year 2006. The agreement was signed at that time. So that that the Sankofa gold field, oil field was signed. Honorable Speaker, I have a document in my hand from the Ministry of Energy. That oil field, the agreement was signed in 2006. The discovery was rather in 2009. Honorable Speaker, but they claim credit for that. They are saying that they were the ones who discovered it. Can we also claim credit for that? Can we also do same? Honorable Speaker, if you don't restrain them, the NDC, they will even say that they killed Jesus Christ because everything they did. And Mr. Speaker, the University of Ghana Medical Center, I used to be a teacher there. That facility, the idea was conceived by the faculty and management of the university. In 2012, it was initiated by the late President Mills. It was commissioned by John Mahama on the 6th of January 2017. That was the phase one. The phase two started in 2018, completed and handed over to the university in 2021. The commissioning was done in June of last year. So can we also say that it was done by us? But you said that you were the ones who built it. The point I'm making is that if you read our constitution, Article 34(7) of our constitution, Mr. Speaker, it states, as much as practicable, programs and projects by every government must be continued and completed by the other administration. The point is that we must think about what we are doing to improve upon the lives of the people. And that is what this administration is doing. All the hospitals that we build, the roads we build, all the infrastructure advancement, all these, Mr. Speaker, are being done to improve the life of the people. Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened very well to the President. He told us that he wanted to set the speech within a certain context. He told us about yesterday, that is the past. He told us about today, the present, and tomorrow about the future. He set the record straight. He told us that before we took over, Ghana was not in paradise. Our colleagues should not pontificate and assume that they held over an economy that was paradise to us. It was an economy that was on an IMF program. How can economy that was under an IMF program be a solid or robust economy? How can it be? But the point the pen was making was that we were able to make progress. We were able to make progress on the macroeconomic indicators. Is it not true that we took an economy that grew at 3.4, and averagely we did 7.0% before COVID-19 started. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that we were able to record trade surpluses on 3 consecutive years? Is it not true? Mr. Speaker, is it also not true that we did a primary positive balance 3 years on the road? Is it not true? Mr. Speaker, is it not also true that we were able to manage a currency depreciation of about 8% as compared to the 18% within that period? This government did so well. But the unexpected happened that has brought us into this situation. But Mr. Speaker, in the midst of all this government is doing her best to ensure that the Ghanaian receives the support and the best offers from her. That's what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, in these times, I remember vividly that in the year 2014 in April, without any economic challenges, we queue to buy fuel products. Mr. Speaker, we queue to buy gas. We queue to buy fuel. Even in the midst of COVID, this has not happened. It tells you that there is difference in governance. It tells you that this government is a government that governs and rules well. Go to South Africa. Go there. South Africa is one of the advanced countries on our continent. There is load shedding there, and you know that. There is doomsday there, and you know that. Mr. Speaker, we don't have doomsday here. The government is doing her best to suit the pains that we are going through. Honorable Speaker, I want our colleagues to know. I want them to know that when it comes to governance and improvement on the life of the people, this administration, this political party, is next to none. Honorable Speaker, it is true that the 2020 census report gave an unemployment rate of 13.4%. 13.4% was what the statistical service gave us. That was a period of 10 years, 1 decade, between 2010 and 2020. Mr. Speaker, they shared 6 years of that period. 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Read it 4 years out of that. So if you want to know the one that couldn't create jobs, then it is you. And you should tell us what you did at that time to reduce the unemployment burden. Tell us what you did. But at least I can tell you that we introduced DAMCO to lessen the unemployment burden. It took about 100,000 of our youth to get jobs to do. Madam Speaker, I want them also to know that when we introduce the NIA cards, at least we got some persons employed. And it also reduced the unemployment
Honorable
burden.
Professor, your time is getting up. Begin
Speaker,
to descend for landing.
When you come to the education field, the President told us that at least 700 senior high schools have been provided with free Wi-Fi. 46 colleges of education also are enjoying free Wi-Fi. Honorable Speaker, 260 district education offices are also enjoying free Wi-Fi.
Honorable Member, your time.
We also want to give credit. To the Vice President for what he has done when it comes to digitization. That was why it was referred to as Yi Baumia, extraordinary Baumia, excellent Baumia, and enigmatic Baumia. Through him, we can say that we have a system that is so strong that will help us to increase our revenue, that will help us to increase our tax revenue, that will help us to make this country the progressive country that we want. On that score, Mr. Speaker, may God bless you, may you live long. But please advise our colleagues.
Honorable,
they
thank
don't
you.
have to
Honorable, thank you.
For killing Jesus.
Honorable,
may God bless you.
Thank you. Yes, you take the last person Honorable Iche Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, the House has been inundated with a lot of information, accurate information from this side.
Yes.
Very, very accurate. So I won't bore you with more. I will only set this record straight. Mr. Speaker, if you look at His Excellency's speech to the House, page 14, paragraph 3 and 4, His Excellency told this House that his government has built 120 courthouses. Mr. Speaker, at where? And indeed, he went further to say that he should be applauded for undertaking the construction of just six high court houses in the 6 new regional capitals. Mr. Speaker, that is how low we have sunk. One president, Mr. Speaker, one president in this country built 43 high courts. 43 with a stroke of pen. I will show you. It is just 1.5 kilometers from here, Professor Mills. The new court complex.
It's one.
Houses 43 high courts under 4 different registries.
Yes.
It has 8 high court divisions.
Yes, teach them.
The general division, the commercial division, the criminal division, the probate and divorce division. Mr. Speaker, it has a human rights division. Mr. Speaker, it has a land division. The general jurisdiction alone, it has court 1 to 6. I practiced in that court. One building, one. It is sitting in the center of metropolitan Accra. One. And you initiate the construction of 6.
And you want to be celebrated.
Yes.
And you want the Republic of Ghana to applaud you. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the initiative. But it comes nowhere near what Professor Mills and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama did in 1 term. Mr. Speaker, under His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, administration of justice and access to justice has been rendered more expensive. And this is how. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a letter dated in February 2023 under the hand of the Chief Justice, giving directive that the Court of Appeals that sits in Cape Coast, at Ho, Tamale, and Koforidua should be folded up until further notice.
Hey.
And I'll read. And that all the appeal cases pending before these courts should go to Kumasi or Accra. Mr. Speaker, this is what the letter says. With immediate effect, all Court of Appeals sittings in the following regional capitals have been suspended indefinitely: Tamale, Ho, Koforidua, Cape Coast. Paragraph 2. All appeals from the northern sector of the country, as listed below, will be heard and determined in Kumasi, Upper West Region, Upper East Region, Northeast Region, Northern Region, Savannah Region, Bono Region, Bono East Region, Ahafo Region, Western North Region, and Ashanti Region. It went further. All appeals from the southern sector of the country, as listed below, will be held and determined in Accra, Western Region, Central Region, Eastern Region, Oti Region, Volta Region, and Greater Accra Region. Mr. Speaker, you, a good lawyer at that, and a good practitioner, if you have a matter pending before the Tamale Court of Appeal, and by a fiat of a stroke of pen, you have been told that now you must journey to the High Court, to the Court of Appeal in Kumasi to prosecute your matter. Mr. Speaker, what has been done?
What do you have to say?
Oh, and the camera, please, can you focus on the CJ's letter?
It's part of...
The point I am making is that the statement the president delivered was the State of the Nation address.
Yes, tell them.
Is to tell us the state of affairs. The state of affairs within the judiciary is that citizens' access to justice has been rendered economically punitive. So that when you are in the northern region or Upper East, Upper West, you are made to travel to Kumasi to prosecute your appeals instead of Tamale. That is the point I'm making.
And I agree with you. Yes.
That is the point I'm making.
200 cities out.
So, Mr. Speaker, this record, we cannot applaud the president for initiating countable court buildings within the judiciary, whilst collapsing multitude, rendering the citizens' access to the administration of justice more economically expensive for them. They have to pay their lawyers.
Listen to us.
They have to pay their lawyers like lawyer Atachia to travel over long distances, which will result in more legal fees for the citizens. Mr. Speaker, with this state of affairs, I can only pity my people who are before the court who are seeking justice. They have been put into more economic burden to be able to seek justice before our law courts. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair. Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by referring the House to 2 Corinthians verses 10 and 12. It says, they that measure themselves by themselves and comparing themselves among themselves, Mr. Speaker, humbly, they are not wise. This is the word of the Lord.
Thanks be to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You did it on a record time of 7 minutes, 7 seconds. So you've done well. Leadership, you've brought the debate for today to a close.
Mr. Speaker, the Roads Minister is here to take his questions.
Then we have to suspend the House and come back. You know, I'm here alone, and I've been here since 10. So, if you want to take the questions, fine. You give me some time and.
Yes, he will just take the questions. They are not many. Okay, Mr. Speaker, so he will take the urgent question, and the rest should be
rescheduled. Very well. So we take the urgent question, which is one question, then we adjourn. Is that the agreement? Leadership, is that agreement? We take the urgent question, then we adjourn. Oh, okay. You want the hazard to take the rest has been answered, or the answers have been provided.
Mr. Speaker, the Hansard will adopt the rest. The questions have been
You have to
answered,
speak to the mic. I can't hear. Speak to the mic. Leader.
He will take the urgent question, and the Hansard would adapt the rest of the answers.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that
You have diligently served us since morning, and I can understand you may need to stretch, take a health break. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge the fact that our colleague, once again, has made himself available to respond to questions from colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if it will not be too much for you, we can suspend for a few minutes and then come back. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of our colleagues, we may say let's postpone, but the next week you hear people complaining that they've asked their questions, the questions are not being answered. We've postponed a number of questions last week, and we are going to add some. Mr. Speaker, for instance, the first question today has been answered already. So the questioner to ask me to just tell you that that question has already been answered. So that question is already out. So if we suspend for maybe 10 minutes and come back, then we can make progress, Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But I saw you going out. At least you went and took something.
Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, we are at your pleasure. If you want to take 20 minutes, yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's surprising that those in government are the ones in a hurry to go on break. If they are tired of being in government, they can actually go and leave us alone. Why should we be in opposition interested in doing business than people who are in government? What is going on? Are you already tired of being in government? So, Mr. Speaker, we can take a break and come back and continue to work for the people of this country. We are ready to work for the people of this country. And the minister is ready. And we need to applaud the minister for his diligence.
Yes. Well, I'll take suspension for 10 minutes. I'll come back. 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Rules, may you take your appropriate seat. Honorable members, we all know the situation we find ourselves. I'm not going to entertain any attorney. If the owner of the question is not here, the Hansa Department will capture the answer as has been produced by the minister. So I'm not going to entertain anybody rising to say I've been given the power of attorney to read the question on behalf of so and so. I'm not entertaining it. If the person is desirous to ask his question, he should have been here. So if you are not here, your question, your answer will be established or printed in the answer, and that will be the. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I agree with you. The only challenge there is that you gave us 20 minutes.
I gave you 10 minutes.
10 minutes, but you did better than 10 minutes, so you came earlier. So a colleague could say that you gave me 10 minutes, but you came earlier. So I'll go. So, Mr. Speaker, the middle way will be that you allow me to read out the question on their behalf. Minister gives the answer, no additional questions, and then we quickly go out of the place.
Honorable member, the question is already printed out. The answer is printed out. So if the person is not here, reading the question, I don't think it's at least bear with us today. If the person is not here, the question is already printed. The answer is already printed. I will direct that the answer department will capture the answer as being having read to us. So let's take this today.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader, it's the same. It's the same.
So we will not read out. Are we going to read out the question at least? Then you say the answer should be captured as printed.
Anyway, let's start. Let's start and see how things
it will be quick, Mr. Speaker.
Let's start and see how things will unfold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We will begin with the urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is, honorable members, that's page 3. Urgent question from Retana Oderisua, Dade Kotopon, Member of Parliament. So, okay, just read it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your kindness. I rise on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Retana Oderisua, to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways whether he would consider, as a matter of urgency, the need to expedite work for early completion of the La Beach Road to avert further flooding and also mitigate the frequent traffic on that stretch of the highway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the La Beach Road project in the database of the Department of Urban Roads is attached to the 28th February Teshi, Nungwa, and Accra Tema Beach Roads spans from the Black Star Square in Accra all the way to Tema Port Roundabout. Currently, Mr. Speaker, 2 contracts have been awarded for the construction of the aforementioned stretch of road, all under the Accra Metropolitan Area Intelligent Traffic Management System and Roads Completion Project, AITMP, as La Beach Road Completion Project Phase 1 and La Beach Road Completion Project Phase 2. La Beach Road Project Completion Project Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 3rd June 2020 for completion by 3rd June 2022, which was later extended to 28th February 2023. The project is at 72% fiscal completion and the contractor has suspended works. 2. The La Beach Road Completion Project Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 16th November 2020 for completion by 16th November 2022, which has since elapsed. The project is at 85% fiscal completion and the contractor has suspended work. Both contracts are running concurrently to ensure that the road is completed on time. The Speaker, roadside drain construction is substantially completed to address issues of flooding. Currently, the works stand suspended, awaiting government decision on our external debt restructuring. Speaker, however, traffic management measures are still in place on site, and the public is advised to strictly follow all traffic regulations, especially during peak periods within the construction phase. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, members, return to the normal questions. And we'll begin with question 1188. And the question stands in the member for Akan, Honorable Yao Gomado.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I come under Order 67H, which says questions shall not be asked, of which an answer is available in an official publication. The member told me this question has been answered in the House already, so there's no need to ask this question again.
Very well. So we move to question 1543. Question 1543. And the question stands in the member for Gomwa West, Honorable Richard Jan Mensah. Honorable Richard Jan Mensah. It's not here. Yes. And the question is for environment. Yes. So we turn to question 1366. 1366. A member for Afram Prince South, Honorable Joseph Appiah-Boateng. Honorable Joseph Appiah-Boateng. Honorable, yes, the floor is yours. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways whether the money or the funds allocated for the construction of the Afram Bridge and roads have been received and when the project will be executed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Volta Lake is the largest man-made lake in the world. The Afram Plains on the eastern side of the lake is referred to as the breadbasket of Ghana. Accessibility to the Afram Plains is limited to usage of pontoon without alternative access. Provision of Afram Bridge will commensurate the inadequate ferry services between Adoso and Echi Amanfo. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Afram Bridge project has received cabinet and parliamentary approvals. However, the financing agreement has not been signed. The funds have not been received, so currently the project is on hold. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable Member, I'll give you just one opportunity for supplementary question if you so desire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Minister, why is it that they've received parliamentary approval and the cabinet approval and the loan agreement hasn't been signed yet? What are they waiting for?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, despite the signing of both cabinet and parliamentary documents, the Ministry of Finance is supposed to hold discussions with the lending banks, and the projects are divided into two. We have the bridge project, and we also have the complementary roads. The bridge is going to cost the government and people of this country 200 million euros, and it's coming from the Dutch bank. And then the roads are going to cost 150 million euros, and it's also partly coming from the export facility, what we call EF, that is the Exim Bank, and the Dutch bank. Both of them are contributing 50% each of the 150 million euros. And the negotiations for both take a bit of time, and it has not been agreed. So any moment from now, once agreement is reached, the financing agreement will also be signed. So that is what is happening now for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we turn to question 1451, and the member for Krotikoli, Honorable Dr. Zinato Ajima-Rawlings.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of my colleague, Honorable Zinato Ajima-Rawlings, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when Dagobloshi Road and drains that are located in front of Accra Brewery Limited will be completed, as construction began in 2016, and to date, no further work has been done.
Very well. Honorable Minister, I haven't asked you to respond to the question. I direct that the answer that has been provided in today's order paper is carried to the answer department for captures. The question has been answered by the Minister in full. So, Minister, I thank you. So we turn to question 1599. A member for Jomoro, Mrs. Dorcas Toffee. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Savigny barrier to Hafasni and the Fasu to Newtown roads in the Jomoro constituency will be completed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Savigny barrier to Hafasni Road forms part of the regional road 019, which starts from Mpataba to Jewi Wharf at the Ghana-Ivory Coast border. The road spans the Jomoro Municipal Assembly in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, currently the Savigny barrier to Hafasni Road forms part of an ongoing project titled Rehabilitation of Mpataba to Hafasni to to the Rural Road measuring 25 kilometers as Lot 1 and rehabilitation of Mpataba to Hafasini to the Rural Road from kilometer 25 to kilometer 49.7, forming Lot 2. Mr. Speaker, I take the Lot 1, the first 25 kilometers of the road. Work commenced on 25th June 2020 for completion by 24th December 2022. Physical progress of work is estimated at 30.2%. The contractor is at site. However, progress of work is slow due to delayed payment. Lot 2, Mr. Speaker, work commenced on 26 June 2020 for completion by 25th December 2022. Physical completion is currently 26%. The contractor is at site, and again, however, progress of work is slow due to delayed payment. The completion of the works will depend largely on the availability of funds. 2. Efasu to Newtown roads. Mr. Speaker, this road measuring 8 kilometers is a feeder road and forms part of the Half-Assini Newtown feeder road, measuring 20.5 kilometers and located in the Jomoro district of the Western region. It is an engineered road in poor condition. Currently, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project titled Bitumen Surfacing of Half-Assini to Newtown Feeder Road and funded under the Western Corridor Gas Infrastructure Project of the Ghana Gas Company. The contract was awarded on 26 July 2016 and commenced on 10th November 2016 for completion by 9th November 2017. The initial intended completion date was extended to 31st December 2019 due to a number of issues, major among which were: 1, lack of suitable gravel-based material, eventually hauled over 56 kilometers. 2, price fluctuation of materials over the contract period. And 3, additional filling of low-lying sections to formation level. Mr. Speaker, due to the above challenges, the original contract sum only cater for works up to 12.5 kilometers. Subsequently, the contract had been curtailed at kilometer 12.5 due to lack of funds. Future programs. Mr. Speaker, engineering studies have been conducted on the remaining road section from kilometer 12.5 to kilometer 20.5, which is from Efasu to Newtown. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dorcas, I'll give you one opportunity to ask supplementary question if you so wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Half-Assini Newtown Road, the minister indicated that the road is being funded under the Western Corridor Gas Project by Ghana Gas. Yet, in his conclusion, he indicated that future construction on the Efasu Newtown Road will be considered under the 2024 budget. Can the minister ensure that the funding is done by Ghana Gas, as the Jomoro district is at the heart of the oil and gas industry? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will do as requested by the honourable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable, let's turn to question 1651. Question 1651. And the question stands for member, in the name of a member for Nkwanta South, Honourable Godfrey Kinney. Godfrey Kinney, Panther South.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be constructed to ease transportation challenges the people of Nkwanta South face. I, Nkwanta Kwe, I, Nkwanta Bizongo, I, Nkwanta Broniase Pusupu Bontibo Salifu Road, IV, Ago Junction Kabiti Road, V, Bunache Jumbocherry Road.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I proceed in the same order, starting with Nkwanta to Kui Road. Mr. Speaker, the Nkwanta Kui Federal Road is 31.5 kilometers long. It is located in the Nkwanta South District of the Refuting region. It is a gravel/earth surface road in poor condition. It is an engineered access road that leads to the undeveloped Ghana-Togo border. Currently, there is no program on the road. Future program. Mr. Speaker, engineering studies have been conducted on the road for rehabilitation. The execution of the works will be considered under 2024 budget. 2. Kechibi to Bizongo Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is identified on Department of Federal Roads database as Alopacha Junction to Alopacha, which is 24.1 kilometers long. Kilometer 0 to 16, that is the first 16 kilometers is engineered, whilst from kilometer 16 to kilometer 24.1 is partially engineered. It is located in the Nkwanta South District of the Refuting region. It is a gravel/earth surface road in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the minor spot improvement of the road was awarded under the project titled Minor Spot Improvement of Alopacha Junction to Alopacha Feeder Road. That is the first 18 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 12 August 2020 and commenced on 17 November 2020 for completion by 16 November 2021. The contractor executed works including 18 kilometers of clearing and formation, 2, 3 number 1/90 millimeter diameter pipe covers, and 3, 900 meters of 600 millimeter diameter U-drains. The work stalled after achieving 27% physical progress. Mr. Speaker, the contractor abandoned the site in July 2021 and 2 warning letters were issued for the contractor to resume work at all proof future. The Department of Federal Roads is initiating the necessary contractual procedures to terminate the contract for non-performance. The future program, Mr. Speaker, engineering reassessment studies will be conducted on the road for upgrading. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget, subject to availability of funds. 3. Breweniasi to Pusupu to Bontiabo to Salifu Road. Mr. Speaker, this feeder road is identified on Department of Federal Roads database as Breweniasi to Pusupu to Bontiano. It is 15 kilometers long and an engineered access road. Bontiabo to Sali Fukrom is 6.5 kilometers long and an engineered connector road. They are located in the Nkwanta South District of the Refuting region The two roads are gravel surface roads in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the project title Bituminous Surface Dressing of Niasi to Pusupu to Tiabo to Salifu Chrome 21.5 kilometers and in Suta to Kachi Kwesin Feeder Road measuring 7.4 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 16th October 2016 and commenced on 15th December 2016 for completion by 16th December 2018. The contractor undertook 28.9 kilometers of clearing and formation. The contractor abandoned the site in 2017. 3 warning letters were issued to the contractor to go back to site to continue and complete the work, but has since proved futile. The contract has been recommended for termination. The future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering studies will be conducted on the road during the first quarter of 2023 for upgrading after the termination. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. 4. Agro Junction to Kabiti Road. This feeder road is 25.8 kilometers long. It is an engineered inter-district feeder road from the Nkwanta South municipality to the Nkwanta North district, the Oti region. It is a gravel surface road in poor condition. Currently, there is no program on the road. Future program, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering reassessment studies will be conducted on the road for rehabilitation by the end of the second quarter of 2023. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget, subject to availability of funds. Then 5, Bonachi to Jumbo Cherry Road. This feeder road is 35.7 kilometers long. It is an unengineered access feeder road located in the Nkwanta South municipality of the Oti region. It is an surface road in poor condition. There is no program on the road currently. Future program is that, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies will be conducted on the road during the first quarter of 2023 for sport improvement. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give you just one slot.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister considering any temporal measure to ensure that the Agro Junction Kabiti Road is smoothable before the 2024 budget is considered as captured in his answer?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I did say in my answer, these are all important feeder roads, all the 5 of them. They come together to form a network, road network. And I can say that until we get the available funds to work on them, as we have pledged to rehabilitate them, we will put them under our ongoing road maintenance program to make sure that they are motorable at least all year round. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. We now turn to question 1654. Question 1654, and the question stands in the name of a member for Kumewu, Honorable Fred Basua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Kumawu-Raso stretch of the Jabin-Kumawu Raso Road will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biso Kumawu Urasu Road, measuring 43 kilometers, forms an integral part of the Regional Road 104. The road connects major towns such as Urasu, Kumawu, Wono, Oyoko, and Oyoko, Efigasi, Drabin, and their surrounding communities along the corridor to Ebisu. The road traverses the Ebisu municipality, Drabin municipality, and Seche Kumawu district of the Ashanti region. It is a surface dress road and it is in fair condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the Ebisu Drabin section of the road, that is the first 11 kilometers, has been rehabilitated and in good condition. Also, estimates for the rehabilitation of the Drabin Kumawu section from kilometer 11.5 to 17.75 has been approved by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and would commence as soon as the process are completed. The future figure is that the Ghana Highway Authority would undertake inventory for the remaining length, that is from to Urasu, that is between 17.75 to kilometer 43, and submit same to the Ministry for consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, I'll give you one slot, or if you're okay.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if he can provide an idea on the estimated time for these procurement processes to be completed for work to begin.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, on the timelines, when will these procurement processes will be completed for work to begin?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I said that Ghana Highway Authority is yet to undertake the inventory that will follow up with the costing and the estimate. So depending upon when they finish with the inventory, the procurement processes will normally last between 4 to 6 weeks. So I believe that by the beginning of second quarter of this year, inventory would have been put together and the costing. And then we give ourselves the following 6 weeks for the procurement exercise to come to a close. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Okay, thank you very much. We move to Honorable Peter Yao Kwachi Aka, my good friend, a member for Memphis Central. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the board year is not bound year, is D. Board year to Asankragua Road will be awarded on contracts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, board year Asankragua Road.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Paul Road to Asankragua Road is captured on the Ghana Highway Authority database as Baudier Asankragua Road. The road is 50 kilometers and spans the Wassa Amanfi Central District Assembly and Wasa Manfi West Municipal Assembly of the Western Region. The road forms part of the Regional Road 123. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the road has been awarded on contract with the title Partial Reconstruction of Bordier and Gregoire Road. That is for the first 50 kilometers, and Manson and Manfi Town roads covering 1.471 kilometers. The total length is 51.5 kilometers. As part of the critical roads project, works commenced on 19th March 2020 and scheduled for completion by 19th March 2023. Progress of work has stalled due to delayed payment. The contractor is not at site. He has, however, indicated his willingness to resume work immediately he receives payment for work done. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kwacha, I'll give you one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because of the critical nature of that road, due to the importance in conveying cocoa from the hinterlands to the port of Takoradi, I have asked this question on several occasions. First, I asked on the 6th of July, 2018, and then and again, 11th March, 2022. And on each occasion, the answers seem to be very different. The first one was that the road is programmed to complete in 2019. That was 2018. And then the one I asked in 2022, it says because of the slow progress of the work, currently stands at 7.6%, and that the contractor had been written to because of the slow pace of work. Then today, the minister is giving a somehow different answer. I'd like to know what this recalcitrant contractor is doing, that because he has been written to in 2020, and yet there is no progress of work on the road. I would like to know what is happening. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is Asabia Engineering Limited, and he has a certificate of 7.7 million Ghana cedis. Work progress is very low. It's just around 10%, even though he has done clearing of the entire stretch 100%, and he has also started working on the actual works, but is also very low. And I said that the contractor is awaiting payment, and at any time that we are able to do that, I believe the contractor will go back to work. So his absence and the delay is also due to delayed payment. So we shall do whatever we can to make sure that as soon as money becomes available, we make some payment to him and urge him to go back and continue work. I thank you.
We turn to question 1705. No, Honorable, you are not the owner of the question. 1705. Honorable Nelson East.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of Honorable Treme. I therefore ask the Hansa Department to capture the response as provided by the Minister. I'd also do same for question number 1706. In fact, that has already that's a repetition. It was answered the last time the minister was here. So that brings us to the end of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I was expecting you to read the question. Just read the question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway what steps the ministry is taking to get a contractor who is undertaking Brekum Inner City Roads project back to site and the stipulated timelines for the completion of the project. Thank you.
Very well. So I read that the Hazard Department captured the answers that has been provided by the minister as if the answers has been read in the stencil. So we bring question time to an end. And on behalf of the House, we'd like to thank the minister for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. And today somebody was also referring to you, Nana Mwakwata. Nana, your grandchildren are very grateful to you, and I discharge. Yes, I think now you can bring the curtains down. So, honorable members, I thank you very, very much. We have brought the week to a close. We are adjourning the House to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.